tonight's Planning Committee of the 17th of December 2025. The first item on the agenda, apologies for absence. Are there any apologies for absence? Councillor Kemp. Thank you. Councillor Lang's on his way. Okay, that's fine. Councillor Jones.
Yeah, Councillor Hammond, Deshay and Councillor Myton are on their way, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Now moving on to agenda item 2 is the record of the meeting held on 19th of November 2025, agreed by members. Thank you. Item 3, I can confirm that there are no late items which do not appear on the main agenda. Item 4, do any members have any disclosable pecuniary interests or other significant interests? Councillor Etheridge.
Thank you, Chair. My standard declaration, please.
Thank you, Councillor Filmer.
Yeah, thank you. Agenda item 10, it mentions that my house is 100 metres away from the application.
Thank you, Councillor Filmer. Councillor Bowen.
I won't be taking part in agenda item 10 due to my Romani background.
Thank you. Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairperson. Item 10, 2 Acre Farm, a close family member has had business dealings with the applicant's family within the last 12 months, so I will sit out on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. I'd also like to declare an interest for agenda items 6 and 7. I know a relative of the applicant from my younger days. We are friends on Facebook, but I do not socialise with him and have not had any conversation with him or the applicant with regards to these planning applications. I was approached by them when I held my monthly Ward Street stall on the 8th of November. I refused to enter into any discussion with them and informed them to go through their planning officer. So before moving on, sorry, was there any other interests to declare? No. Yeah, so Councillor Filmer, will you be leaving for the item? Yes, thank you. Cheers. So before moving on to the main part of the agenda, a number of ward members have asked to speak on applications. So first of all, Councillor Turpin and Councillor Williams have asked to speak as ward members on agenda item 5. Councillor MacDonald would like to speak as ward member on agenda item 6. Councillor Luella Prenter would like to speak as ward member on agenda items 7 and 8. Councillor Crozer would like to speak on agenda item 10 and item 11. And Councillor Pearce has asked to speak on agenda item 12. Is that agreed by members? Good, thank you. So now moving on to the first planning application, agenda item 5, land off Lower Rochester Road. Planning consultant Martin Carpenter will be presenting this application. So over to you, Martin. Oh, sorry, I missed out, didn't I, Dave?
Chair, there's two things. Just give an introduction about the new MPPF which went out. Explain that purpose. Why it's a non-determination.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so Peter Hockney, Service Manager, is just going to explain about the new MPPF.
Thank you, Chair. The most recent National Planning Policy Framework was published yesterday by the Government, but it is a consultation draft at this stage with a consultation date of March 2026. Critically, the existing MPPF hasn't been modified or revoked as part of that publication, and therefore we are continuing to assess the applications based on the original reports, and the consultation draft carries no weight in the decision-making process. And that's the case for all items on the agenda tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I'm now going to go over to Dave Harris.
Chair, thank you very much. Just in relation to the first item, Lower Rochester Road, which Martin will be presenting. Members, there have been some comments publicly expressed as to why this is a non-determination application or appeal. Why have the council not determined this application before? Why has it not been presented to committee before? The reason for that is, one, we've got a holding objections from National Highways. Secondly, the applicants have been submitting further information to us, which we needed to consider and which we needed to consult on. So why then have the applicants chosen to appeal against non-determination? The reason for that is unsurprisingly, the applicants are aware that the council has a draft local plan, which we are about to submit to the Planning Inspectorate, which will then be heard in examination in public next year. Now the button for that will be pressed either tonight or first thing tomorrow morning. What the applicants would like is if they're anticipating that members are likely to agree officers' recommendation, we will find out tonight on that. And in light of that, they wanted to get an appeal in early, which will then be heard through what's called the Roswell procedures, which is effectively speeding up planning appeals to inquiries, which means that they will get a public inquiry in advance of the local plan examination. And on that basis, that's why they've appealed against non-determination, irrespective of the fact that they're still submitting further information to us, which we're consulting on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just to confirm, is Councillor Myton okay to vote on this because he's here before the presentation?
Chair, I believe Councillor Myton might want to declare an interest in this, but
The Mass School Trust.
Chair, I appreciate Councillor Myton has just arrived and has probably been rushing, but almost to put words in his mouth. I'm assuming that you're part of the trust and therefore you can't speak or vote on this item.
Yes.
Yes, sorry, Councillor Myton. I know you've just arrived, but you're going to have to leave for this item now. Yeah. Right, so I now go over to Martin Carpenter, who's going to present this application.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Planning Committee. As you've been told, my name is Martin Carpenter. I'm a Director of NPlan, and to my left is my colleague Cathy Fishington, who's a Senior Planner, and we are the planning consultants who've been engaged by Medway Council to deal with this planning application. The application is in outline with all matters reserved except for the access arrangements, and I'll come to those all in later. The scheme comprises up to 800 dwellings, a two-form entry primary school, a local centre, an area of retirement living, which is C2 use, and associated works. As I've just said, detailed approval is sought for the proposed principal means of access from Lower Rochester Road and Higham Road. The application was submitted to the Council on the 30th of December 2024 and validated on the 14th of January 2025. It was the subject of a planning performance agreement with the proposed committee date originally of July 2025. This committee date was extended due to the submission of additional information which Dave has just informed you of. The last agreed committee date was the 31st of October 2025. You will recall that you were briefed as members of the Planning Committee on the 30th of April 2025 by the applicants and their team. Also, as Dave has said, various additional submissions have been made in response to consultative responses, comments, including a number of revisions and additional information in relation to highway matters in particular. The most recent submission of additional information on highways from the applicant was made on the 26th of November 2025. National Highways and your transport consultant still maintained holding objections to the scheme on the grounds that insufficient information is submitted to determine whether it is acceptable on highway safety grounds. Active Travel England provided further comments yesterday, stating they are not currently in a position to support this application and have requested yet further information and assessment and revisions and an ongoing dialogue with the applicant, now appellant. Again, as Dave said, the applicant submitted an appeal against the non-determination of the application on the 28th of November, and the council is therefore not able to determine it. The purpose of considering the application at committee tonight is to confirm what the council's decision would have been had they been able to determine it. And we, as your planning consultants, acting effectively as officers of the council, have recommended refusal of the application for 6 reasons. These reasons, should they be confirmed by the committee members, will form the basis of the council's case at the forthcoming appeal. Now, I'll just quickly do a quick presentation of the main information for you all, and I'll try and be as brief as possible. I'm trying to speak close to the mic, but if I drift away, someone say, "We can't hear you, Martin." So just briefly, I'll try and whiz through these as quickly as I can. The first slide, again, you'll be familiar with the area north of Wainscott. The red line defines the application site. The main red line is the development area, which I'll come to shortly. The 2 smaller red line areas are where the biodiversity net gain is proposed to be located on the west side of Lower Rochester Road. The next image is an aerial, just a closer image of the application site. And the large arrow is the main application development area. And the 2 smaller arrows are the biodiversity net gain areas. You can see where Wainscott is located and the A289 sort of ring road. I hope I've described that correctly. The dual carriageway, which is set down. I've got some more images of that. Slightly larger aerial photograph of the site. Lower Rochester Road, Dillywood Lane. I've got some images of those. Bunters Hill Road, Higham Road. And this is the dual carriageway A289. Next image. This is, of course, the 289. It's set down, as I'm sure you all know. And this is all these images look in an easterly direction with the site on each image on the left-hand side. The embankment, the treed embankment, also on the left. And you can see the 2 bridges that cross the road with Wainscott on the right and the site on the left in all views. Next image is Lower Rochester Road. The image on the top left is the existing access into the farm buildings and listed building. That's a listed building on the right-hand side, set back. Lower Rochester Road straight ahead of you. And the site with that sort of pale coloured field with Dillywood Lane on the left-hand side, meandering up the side of it. That's the body of the site there. The image on the top right is just to the north of the one on the left, and it shows the location of the proposed main site access, the main roundabout. And there you see the main body of the site ahead of you, rising, I would say gently, but rising up towards Bunters Hill Lane and Higham Road, which we'll come to shortly. Bottom photograph is a bit further up Lower Rochester Road, looking south back towards Wainscott. There's the site again on the left-hand side, and you see the sort of the farm buildings that I mentioned at the start, at the top left corner. You see them sort of middle right, extending into the site there. Next image, again, you'll all be familiar with this, so apologies if I'm telling you things you already know, but Dillywood Lane, a very rural single-track road, meandering up the, get my bearings right, on the northwestern side of the site, away from Lower Rochester Road and up towards Bunters Hill. The images on the top left is going up in the sort of northeasterly direction with the site on the right, and the one on the top right is getting towards the top of the site, the highest part of the site, with the site on the left-hand side. And in the distance, again, you see Wainscott. that's the character of Dillywood Lane. I think that's the main purpose of these images and where the site is located in relation to it. The main image, next images are a suite of images of Buntus Hill Road, which runs parallel on the eastern side of the site. Just get my bearings again. And again, you'll see the body of the site on the right-hand side on the two top images, and on the bottom images is where there's the farm access, the site on the left, and again the site on the right-hand side. You'll be familiar with the agricultural activities that go on the site. There's remnants of polytunnels across a good deal of the site, and active farm on other parts of the site. Then as Buntus Hill Lane road goes into Highgate, Higham Road, that's what these images are. The houses on the left-hand side of the two photographs on the top are frontage dwellings outside of the application site, and the site itself is just behind them. And as you travel south along Higham Road towards Islingham Farm, you see the commercial buildings on the right-hand side, and on the left-hand side is roughly the position of the secondary access into the site, which is on the eastern side of the site, just north of the A289. Again, all of these images demonstrate that the lanes around the site, particularly Dillywood Lane and Buntus Hill Road, are rural single-track lanes. The applicants have submitted a single parameter plan. Again, you'll be familiar with, I'm sure, what parameter plans are. They outline what the principal areas, land uses are, and that shows the areas in orange as the biodiversity net gain areas just outside the main body of the site. The red arrows are showing the principal point of access on Lower Rochester Road and Higham Road to the right. Broadly, the colour tones are the pink areas are the residential, the green are areas of open space, the blue areas are local centre and care facility, elderly care facility, and the grey is a two-form entry school. Just for members' benefit, the reason why primarily the areas of open space are in those sort of corridors across the site in an east-west and sort of diagonal route are primarily dictated by the existence of utilities across the site and a series of easements that are required to prevent development on those areas. So members will also see, if you see the top part where Dillywood Lane and Buntus Hill Road join, that's the sort of highest part up here. And you can see how the development extends up to that part. Whilst the scheme is an outline and illustrative, this parameter plan defines effectively where the main land uses will be, and we'll come on to the illustrative layout in a second. They've submitted some illustrative building heights plan. The dark red areas is up to 4 stories in the centre of the site, unsurprisingly. The orange areas are 3 stories. The custard colours, or what colour would that be? Dark yellow areas are 2.5 storey, and the light yellow are 2 stories. This is not a parameters plan. There's only one parameters plan, but it's an illustration as to what the heights would be, which in turn would point to perhaps densities as well. An illustrative master plan has been submitted. Again, this is for illustrative purposes, but it puts more detail on how the residential areas will be laid out, the primary points of access, the areas of open space. You can see an area of allotments in 3 distinct areas on the southern boundary. Here's the main A289 again, the 2 bridges I talked about earlier. Secondary access main access, primary school, local centre, areas of open space. There's a multi-use games area in this part of the site. And these are the sort of corridors I referred to earlier, where the utilities are existing across the site. This is the main site access on Lower Rochester Road, a three-arm roundabout. You can see the extent of or alignment of Lower Rochester Road at the moment. These are the works proposed into the site there. This is the just a sort of slightly larger versions, but in more context of the main site access. This is the secondary access on Higham Road. We've got the main dual carriageway here. This is the bridge here. And this is the road sweeping in and going on it into Higham Road here. This is the secondary access. And finally, there are some images taken from the design and access statement with an indication of the form of development that the proposal could take, and all this would come forward at the reserve matters stage. So all of this is for illustrative information only. Members will be aware of the supplementary report that was circulated yesterday. And in that, it just gives you a brief update on the first item on Active Travel England's comments that were received yesterday, which I mentioned earlier. It also refers to an objection received from the independent group, which raises a number of issues and identifies a number of grounds on which the application they feel should be refused. Having looked at that, it seems to me that the proposed 6 reasons for refusal, I hope, capture most of those matters that the independent group has flagged. And I think, Chair, that's the main body of the presentation. And you'll see from the report, as I said, there are 6 reasons that we've identified we think the application can be refused on, and that they would form the basis of the council's case at the forthcoming planning inquiry. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Martin. Sorry, Dave's just going to come in.
Chair, thank you very much. Councillor Pearce, apologies for the questions I'm about to ask. Just following up on that presentation and the fact that the independent group have written objecting to the application, and for the benefit of the applicant and the members of the public who will be watching this debate, Councillor Pearce, could you confirm that you were not one of the authors of that letter of objection and therefore have not predetermined?
Yeah, I can confirm that the representation was written by and signed by Councillor Williams and Councillor Turpin, and that can be seen on the base of the letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce, for clarifying. We're now going to move over to ward members. First of all, we're going to have Councillor Turpin, who has 5 members to speak as ward member once she's ready.
Chair, members of the committee, thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you this evening. We appreciate there's already a very in-depth report for this application, and thanks to the planning consultants that have been through that this evening. We'll therefore keep our representations fairly brief, but I think it's important for members to understand this site and the challenges this application would bring to the area. I'm hoping that all members are very familiar with this site, as a development of this size will bring many challenges to the area and dramatically change its current rural setting. It's disappointing that the applicant has appealed on non-determination. As you will see from the report, there's been regular ongoing communication between them and the planning department and continuous updating of information. And as it's been pointed out, National Highways have issued a holding recommendation until the 5th of January next year. Yet, we're in this position where they've appealed. Councillor Williams will speak about the concerns of transport and highways, and so to try and avoid repetition, I'll address the education and healthcare concerns. A site of this size will bring significant additional pressure on local healthcare provisions, Medway Hospital being one major concern, but also within the primary care setting. The High Parks Medical Centre has recently announced closure of one of their 4 surgeries, and it's therefore difficult to comprehend how the new community will access their GP and other primary care services, but also the quality of care will significantly deteriorate for existing residents who are already reporting how difficult it is to access healthcare. Recruitment of rural GPs has already been acknowledged as being a greater challenge than other areas. I'm therefore concerned about healthcare for all local residents should this site go ahead. There are serious and unresolved education impacts of the proposed development. Medway Council's own education department has made its position very clear. This development does not provide a practical, sustainable or viable solution for school provision, and for that reason alone it should not be supported. The scale of this development triggers a requirement for one form entry primary provision alongside Section 106 contribution towards secondary education. However, both Medway Council and the Department for Education are clear that one form entry primary schools are educationally and financially unviable. The preferred and supported model is 2 form or 3 form entry, and the Department for Education rarely approves new 1 form entry schools except in exceptional circumstances. So in response, the developer has proposed a 2 form entry primary school, but this creates even greater problems. A 2 form entry school on this site would lead to a significant over-provision of school places, undermining not only the viability of that school, but also nearby existing schools. It would also have to attract pupils from outside the development, increasing traffic, congestion and air pollution within and around the site. Crucially, there is no credible funding solution for this school. The developer is only obligated to fund a 1 form entry school, and Medway Council has clearly stated that it does not have nor intends to provide the additional funding required to deliver a 2 form entry facility. Offering land and partial funding and expecting the council to bridge the gap is not acceptable. In summary, this development creates either too much school provision or insufficient and poorly located provision, with both scenarios leading to increased traffic, safety risks and harm to the wider education provision. Medway Council's Education Department has therefore concluded that it does not support this development. I therefore urge the committee to give significant weight to this, to their objections and the concerns with regards to healthcare and refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turpin. Now go over to Councillor Williams, who has 5 minutes to speak once he's ready.
Chair, members, thank you for letting me speak tonight. The land proposed for the development is predominantly classified as Grade 1 and Grade 2 agricultural soil, resulting in a significant loss of productive farmland. Although this land is not greenbelt, it is valuable open green space and countryside, which will be lost should this application be approved. We fear it set a precedent for further speculative applications on adjoining agricultural land and open countrysides, which currently serves as a vital green space between Wainscott, Cliffwoods and Higham. BNE 48 of the Medway Local Plan 203 states, development that will cause loss of best and most versatile agricultural land, MAF grades 1, 2 and 3A will not be permitted. In these times when protecting food security in the country is in the news, we should be protecting our agricultural land, not building on it. Once it has been built on, it is gone forever. Policy BNE 25, development in the countryside, will only be permitted if it maintains and wherever possible enhances the character amenity and functioning of the countryside, and its proposed development, in my opinion, does not do that. The site currently provides habitat for a variety of bird and animal species, which would be adversely affected by loss of habitat and disturbance. It also could have a detrimental effect on local SSSI sites. There have been concerns raised about the air quality in the area, and Four Elms Hill being an air quality management area, and development of this site will put even more stress on the already poor air quality in the area. The main source of nitric oxide air pollution in Medway is road traffic emissions from major roads. Air quality around the 289 and the Four Elms area exceed national limits for the nitric oxide pollution, as evidenced by the Medway Council 2024 Draft Air Quality Status Report. I think this Postbury development contravenes BN 24 of the Medway Local Plan 203 that states, development likely to result in airborne emissions should provide a full and detailed assessment of the likely impact of these emissions. Development should not be permitted when it is considered that unacceptable effects will be imposed on the health, amenity or natural environment of the surrounding area. Taking into account the cumulative effects of the other proposed or existing sources of pollution in the vicinity. The impact on local road infrastructure would be catastrophic, with the A289 already congested and the people using Hollywood Lane to avoid the queues cause horrendous traffic problems in Wainscott. And the Higham Road is totally unsuitable for any high volumes of traffic. Also has a vehicle restrictions notice and a 20-mile-per-hour limit. This application would only add chaos to the residents endure at these times. I also feel it in contravention with policies T1 and T2 of the Medway Local Plan 203. Local amenities and services are under extreme pressure, with doctor's surgery at capacity and one of the local surgery closing in the new year. The local bus service are not very good at all, with buses constantly late or not turning up at all. I've had numerous complaints from residents at Cliff and at Wainscott and further on about the unreliable bus service in this area. I have not heard of one local resident that is supportive of this proposed scheme, but many have told me they think if this development goes ahead, it will be catastrophic for the residents' quality of life and ruin the rural feel of the area. I wholly endorse the officer's recommendation for refusal for the reasons set out in their report. I would ask this committee to refuse this planning application. Chairman, members, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Williams.
Thank you.
So I now open the floor to members. First of all, Councillor Filmer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Having listened to the local members and our team that have looked into this, there's not much more to add. Anyone who knows this area, all the reasons the local councillors have given are 100% true. We all know about the air quality down at the bottom of Four Elms Hill, and I'm quite happy that we go along with the decision and the reasons that our consultants have given to refuse this.
Thank you. Councillor Etheridge.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to speak. First of all, I've got to thank Mr. Harris for destroying my first question regarding how this has come about. But in all honesty, I'm not sure if the consultants are aware of part of the HIF proposal, which myself and my two ward colleagues successfully defended against occasional traffic using the Army Road coming down onto a flyover or coming through Higham Road. When the full scope of that project was fully examined, pushed by us, it was discovered then that the occasional traffic would overwhelm that area already. Considering we're looking at traffic from 800 houses, it would absolutely, totally destroy the area. So just as a quick question to our planning consultants, are they aware of that?
I'm not sure I am, but
Chair, I think.
But I am now.
In terms of the response, if it's okay, because the HIF scheme no longer exists, the application in highway terms is being considered afresh with all the information submitted with it, considered by our highway colleagues here. So they weren't necessarily, well, they weren't taking into account the HIF scheme because it no longer is relevant.
Thank you for that explanation. I also have some concerns regarding the proposal for 106 funding and what it's going to be spent on. Considering this could have possibly been accepted by members and pushed ahead, we did have some agreements some months back that major 106 funding like this would be discussed prior to any application with the ward councillors, and that to me doesn't seem to have occurred. So my thoughts are, we've got roughly £5.5 million coming on 106. So why isn't that designated to actually put an eastern link onto the bypass rather than being spread around all the other areas?
Chair, there's a lot more work to be done on the Section 106. Members will be aware that in relation to refusal reason 6, there's not a completed Section 106 agreement at the moment. So we haven't reached any area of agreement with the applicants in relation to contributions. In addition to that, linked to the local plan, there is work which has just been completed in terms of an infrastructure development plan and an updated developer contributions guide, and that will need to be a consideration in here. I can confirm to Councillor Etheridge that we will happily speak to ward councillors about the Section 106 as it's been negotiated as we get towards the appeal.
Thank you. From the presentation, the main roundabout going into the site, it seems to me it's still of the same design that we looked at before and rejected, simply because the entrance coming in from Cliff doesn't appear, and still doesn't appear, to be able to take the huge HGV vehicles coming around that area and farm traffic. And it still gives me a concern that there's braking to be able to go around that very sharp bend and then continue on down.
Yeah, Stephen, do you want to come in?
Yeah, I think that the planning consultants, transport consultants, did do some heavy goods vehicle tracking which they did show could be accommodated by that layout. But I accept your point that there's been a stage 1 road safety audit undertaken, which has highlighted some safety concerns at that junction.
Thank you. Can I just also bring to your attention, or you may recall, that people coming off the Wainscott bypass, coming up the slip road going onto the B2000, quite often use the left-hand lane to go left, turn around in the farm entrance and then come back in, simply because of the queue of traffic. And we've had multiple accidents in that area. I wonder if that's been taken into consideration as well.
Certainly the safety concerns that have been noted at both at the on and off slips. We have highlighted a number of safety concerns in terms of the traffic assessments that has taken place for that junction. The assessment hasn't looked at 2 junctions in a coordinated way, and we've also highlighted the practicalities of implementing the changes that they propose to that junction, and we haven't had any response back in that respect. So we've not seen that coordinated modelling which we suggested should take place, and we've highlighted to them that the increased vehicle demand on that junction is likely and has the potential to block back onto the main line of the A289, which is a concern that we've raised to them.
Thank you. Just like to thank the planning consultants here for their excellent report, and thank my 2 ward colleagues for their reports as well. Thank you very much, and I will certainly support the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Golvin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and also thank Dave Harris for the information on the non-determination, because I must confess I did find that rather confusing when documents had only been submitted in November and other documents still outstanding. Confused me how that could possibly be the case for non-determination, but we are where we are. Just a couple of things I would like to add. It was interesting when I used the Google Street Scene to get a view of the site earlier. The car that was doing the filming was having great difficulty getting around or following the traffic jam caused by an HGV in the Lower Rochester Road. If you wanted a better illustration of the unsuitability of those roads for heavy traffic, Google Street Scene could certainly show it. Just one extra thing, because I wholeheartedly agree with all the points that have been put forward by the ward councillors, but there's one that I noticed that hasn't been mentioned, is they're asking for permission to demolish the old farm buildings and farmsteads in the area. And that, to me, rings alarm bells, because that, like, if you demolish those buildings, as it says in the report, you're removing any need to keep for any new development to reflect the rural nature of the site. And that really does worry me of what sort of housing we're likely to get that would look out of place with older buildings around it. And I would have thought any good developer would want to reflect those and use those as part of the design. So I certainly will be supporting the recommendation for refusal, and like my colleague, I would like to just thank the consultants for doing a very, very good, thorough report on this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Golvin. Councillor Pearce?
Thank you, Chairperson. So in short, I do agree with the officer's report, but I would like to say that I think any reasonable person looking at this would say that the applicant is being wholly unreasonable. There are applications proposing developments of this size in my own ward, and these large applications do take time to determine because they do have significant impacts. You know, we're not talking about 75 houses, we're talking about 800 houses. This is a significant change in that location. So we do want to hear what National Highways has to say. We do want to hear what Active Travel England have to say. We need to make sure that those issues are resolved. We can't take the risk with such a large proposal. So I think even on a simple comparison, if you look at my sites in my ward, there's still issues there which need to be resolved. So I think that the applicant here is being wholly unreasonable. And also, these issues are not futile. So National Highways, the road network and transport is fundamental to this development's sustainability. Active Travel England with their concerns with walking, cycling and sustainable travel, that's fundamental to this site. So we want to hear what they have to say, and we need to wait until their issues are resolved. So yeah, I completely support the recommendation. I think it's absolutely ridiculous what the applicant has done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Any other member? No? Okay, so having... Oh, Councillor Field, sorry, I didn't see your hand
So,
there.
apologies for that. Thank you, Chair. Just a few additional thoughts here. We are in a situation where at the moment that we're not building the houses that we need in Medway, but we have an emerging local plan, and I think that is now at a stage where it's due to obviously go for Section 19 public examination, or Section 20, and this doesn't work with that. So I think that's something that we do need to consider, and a lot of work's gone into local plan. Particularly, I do agree that there's issues with highways, and given that the only matter in this outline permission that we would be given more detailed permission on is in highways access. The highways access in particular just seems unsuitable, and again, those issues picked up by Active Travel England, it's just going to make conditions worse for walking and cycling in there. So, you know, we really did need something better on those areas. So I am personally somebody who's minded to support new housing, particularly if we're getting 25% affordable homes, but given that it doesn't align with a local plan, and given the issues that I've got, particularly with the transport access, I do agree with the recommendation tonight.
Thank you. Councillor Peake.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to follow on from that. Likewise, I mean, if you think about the fact there are so many people who have done the right thing, they have studied, they've worked hard, got a decent job, and cannot get somewhere to live. And imagine every single one of us here lives in a home. So we do need to build more. However, I don't understand what the applicant is about, because if they don't work with us and don't match the criteria that we set, it's hardly surprising the recommendation that we've got. So kind of seems pointless to me. So I would just urge applicants in the future to be a lot more mindful before they come to us and present an application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Peake. Councillor Hammond-Shea.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the report. As I'm a big believer that we need to have sustainability and the right sorts of homes being built. It's quite clear for me the applicant has not put in enough mitigations to satisfy my concerns, certainly. As I read it through at length, I thought this is simply an open and shut case, literally, in my view, and I would treat it as such. So I'll be supporting the planning committee and rejecting this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hammond-Shea. Any other member? No, so having listened to everyone's comments, the presentation, ward members, and reading through the officer's report in the agenda and the reasons for refusal, I fully support the officer's recommendation for refusal as well. So I now hand over to Councillor Jones, Vice Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not going to repeat the Chief Planning Officer's comments about non-determination at the beginning of the meeting. I assume those have been recorded, so I'll go straight to Land Off Lower, Rochester Road, Wainscott, Rochester. Recommendation of officers to the Planning Committee that the application be refused on grounds 1 to 6 as set out in the report. I so move.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Seconded, thank you. Those for the officer's recommendation for refusal.
That's 13, Chair.
The application is therefore refused. So now we'll just wait for Councillor Myton to come back. So we're just waiting for an officer to return and then we'll carry on with the meeting. Okay, now moving on with tonight's agenda. We're now going to agenda item 6, planning application for 15 Paget Street. Sam Pilbeam, the senior planner, will be presenting this application. So over to you, Sam.
Thank you very much, Chair. This application seeks plan permission for the construction of a single-storey side and rear extension, insertion of a rear flat roof box dormer, and construction of a rear outbuilding in order to facilitate the conversion of the property into a 9-bedroom, 9-person HMO. Gone backwards. The application site is located within the urban area of Gillingham. To the west, we have the Great Lines Heritage Park, and approximately 500 metres to the northeast, you have Gillingham train station. Looking at the more immediate site context, the application site is characterised by a dense residential form or pattern of development, comprising of typically comprising of two-storey residential properties, two-storey terrace residential properties within relatively narrow but proportionally deep plots. Turning attention to the car parking, there's very limited parking off-street available within this location, meaning much of the parking demand is accommodated on the street. However, the application site is located within a car parking management zone. Therefore, any future occupants would be required to obtain a parking permit accordingly. And the number of parking permits can also be controlled via planning condition. The application site in this image is located centrally. It's the yellow one where my cursor is. And as you can see, it has additional habitable space in the roof space and likewise at the lower ground floor level. And this image here shows the outlook at that existing lower ground floor level. Looking at the existing elevations, there's no proposed alterations to the front and likewise no proposed demolitions to the rear of the property. Internally, the proposal comprises of a low ground floor basement and then a living, kitchen and bathroom on the ground floor, 3 bedrooms on the first floor and a final bedroom contained within the roof space. These elevations show the previously granted lawful development certificate against the applicant's permitted development rights, whereby you can see the insertion of a rear flat roof box dormer, proposed infill side extension, and a proposed extension to the rear as well. Likewise, this lawful development certificate granted permission for the use of the property as a 6-bedroom, 6-person HMO under Class L of the GDPO, and they were obtained permission for a rear outbuilding too. The proposed elevations are identical to the formally approved LDC. As you can see, you've got the rear box dormer here, and then the subsequent extensions. Internally, the proposal would comprise of 32 metres squared kitchen diner on the lower ground floor level, 3 ensuite bedrooms and 1 off-suite bedroom on the first floor, a further 3 ensuite bedrooms on the second floor, and a final 2 ensuite bedrooms within the roof space. All the bedrooms would either meet or exceed the MPPG's technical housing standards, and likewise would be provided with sufficient levels of outlook and daylight. Likewise, when assessing the bedroom size in conjunction with the communal space at the lower ground floor and proposed rear outbuilding, which measures 22 metres in size, it's considered the proposed change of use to a 9-bedroom HMO would be sufficiently covered in terms of amenity area for residents. And these are the elevations of the proposed outbuilding, which again match that of the LDC. Finally, turning to the density of HMOs within the area, this map on the right-hand side has been produced by DHA, illustrating the number and locations of HMOs within the Gillingham South Ward. I've added the additional annotation showing the 500-metre radius surrounding the application site located here in yellow. Contained within this threshold, there are 1,867 residential households, of which 57 are in use as HMOs. When expressing this as a percentage, this equates to approximately 3% of the total housing stock within that 500-metre radius, which is slightly higher than the ward average of 2.8%. When taking these figures into account, it's not considered the proposal represents an over-concentration of HMOs within the local area. And furthermore, many of the concerns regarding increased levels of parking and refuse can be dealt with via planning conditions. With the application is recommended for approval, subject to conditions contained within the officer's report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now we move over to Ward Member Councillor MacDonald, who has 5 minutes to speak once he's ready.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members of the committee, for allowing me to speak this evening. I think already the planning officer has picked up some of the issues that I'm going to be speaking about, including the density of the area and the parking issues, and also the stat around the amount of the percentage in that area. You know, I want members to remember that the Gillingham South has still got the highest percentage of HMOs in the ward area itself. If you look at that small percentage there, and that's what you know of, there could be other housing there that's at full capacity. I'm addressing you in my capacity as one of the elected ward councillors for Gillingham South to object to the application relating to 15 Paget Street. I want to be absolutely clear at the outset, this property is already in use as a house in multiple occupation. The proposal before you is not about introducing an HMO in principle, it's about intensifying an existing HMO by adding further rooms and increasing occupancy to 9 individuals. It is this level of intensification that I believe causes clear planning harm and warrants refusal rather than amendment this evening. Paget Street already experiences significant parking stress, particularly during evenings and weekends, and residents are clear that even with the existing HMO, parking capacity is already stretched. Increasing occupancy will inevitably increase demand for on-street parking. Any assumption that future occupants will not own vehicles is speculative and unenforceable in planning terms. The cumulative impact of intensifying an existing HMO to this scale would worsen parking congestion and undermine highway safety, contrary to policies H7, BN, E2 and T13 of the Medway local plan. Paget Street is a settled residential street with long-term residents who already accommodate an HMO. This proposal goes beyond what the street can reasonably absorb. Further intensification risks over concentration, weakening residential stability and community cohesion. Particular concern has been raised about the impact on vulnerable neighbours, including a blind resident in an adjoining property who would be disproportionately affected by increased activity, noise and coming and goings. These impacts engage policy H7 and the Council's duties under the Equality Act 2010. The proposal also relies on the rear garden for waste storage. With increased occupancy comes increased refuse, raising legitimate concerns about odours, pests and visual harm in a tightly packed terrace. The intensified use of the property would also lead to increased activity throughout the day and evening, particularly to the rear of the site. Residents are concerned about the loss of privacy, the noise disturbance and reduced feelings of security. These impacts are predictable outcomes of an over-intensifying a property not designed for this level of occupation and are also contrary to policy BNE2 and paragraph 135F of the MPPF. These houses are over 100 years old with shared party walls. Residents have raised legitimate concerns about the risk of damage arising from further internal alterations. Policy H7 requires developments to avoid harm to neighbouring buildings, and in my view, the age and form of this terrace make it unsuitable for further intensification. In conclusion, Chair, this application is not about whether HMOs are acceptable in principle. It is about the over-intensification, as I've said, of the existing HMO in a settled residential street. Increasing occupancy to 9 would cause harm through parking pressure, noise, loss of amenity and impact on neighbouring and vulnerable residents. The scale of this proposal is not appropriate for the age, form or context of this property. And for those reasons, and in clear conflict with policies BN E2 and H7 of the Medway Local Plan and paragraph 135F of the MPPF, I respectfully urge the committee to refuse the application. This is not about improving housing, members. This is just purely about profit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Before I go to members, can you just clarify, because I was looking at the current floor plans on the portal earlier, and it states that it is well, I could just see 4 bedrooms in there, but you're now saying that it's 6-bedroom HMO. So this is the proposed. I don't know if you've got it on here, but it's when you search planning applications online, I can only see 4 bedrooms. I may be wrong, but I just wanted this clarified because we're going from 4 bedrooms up to 9 bedrooms. That means not the 6 to the 9 like we've been told. I would look for it myself, but I haven't got any internet for whatever reason. But if you search planning applications online and you get the current floor plans.
So these are the approved plans under formally granted LDC. Part of the approval allows for the conversion of the property into a Class C4 HMO, whereby the applicant's got 2 bedrooms on the ground floor, 3 bedrooms on the first floor, and a final bedroom within the roof space. So that's the 6 bedrooms that's previously been granted under the LDC. And then moving to the proposed floor plans, the applicant's got a total of 4 bedrooms on the lower ground floor, 3 bedrooms on the first floor, and 2 bedrooms within the roofscape, which is the 9 bedrooms for the proposal. Does that clear things up, Chair?
So I think so. So what you're actually saying is it's got permission, because you get that under an LDC, for 6-bedroom HMO, but it is not being used as a 6-bedroom HMO at the moment. It's not occupied.
It has permission for a 6-bedroom HMO. I'm unsure if they've occupied the application site or not. However, they have extant permission for the use of a 6-bedroom HMO. That's correct.
Okay, yes. To me, what it appears, when you go through the current floor plans on the portal, it shows a 4-bedroom house. So this is what I'm just getting. So now they've got permission for 6 bedrooms. It doesn't appear that it's being used as a 6-bed HMO. So what we're actually looking at is 4 bedrooms, what it was last used as, going to a 9-bedroom. So looking at 5 extra bedrooms with potentially 5 extra cars, people on the street. Yeah, I think that's how I see it. Yeah, sorry, Peter, did you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to sort of aid the explanation, I think the existing plans on the portal show essentially pre the LDC being granted. So as you say, and it was a 4-bed property at that stage. I've looked at the plans. We've got them up here. It's those were dated June this year. So the existing plans in June. Obviously, subsequently, in planning terms, there is a lawful development certificate for 6 bedrooms and for a 6-person HMO. So in terms of the sort of planning merits and the baseline, it should be 6 that's considered as the baseline, and the applicant's fallback position to a 6-person HMO, which is why Sam's saying that the key query is from 6 to 9, because that's the element of control that we have as the local planning authority and as the decision-making body.
Okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying, that, yeah, they've got the 6, but it's not being used as a 6-bedroom property, so that is going to have an impact on the amenity to the area compared to when it was last used as a 4-bedroom, and literally it's gone to a 9-bedroom. So we're looking at 5 extra bedrooms from when the property was last occupied and used. Okay, so I now open the floor to members. Any members? Councillor Peake.
Thank you, Chair. I look to my fellow colleagues on this committee for consistency. We often agree with our expression of concern about the ability for the infrastructure, in other words, the roads, to entertain the level of traffic when it comes to properties. This is obviously relatively small compared to the previous one. But for anybody that knows this area, it is already very difficult to drive around and very, very difficult to park in it. I was going to ask, how realistic is it that the site will be policed to make sure that even if it goes to 9 beds as an HMO, that number won't increase? It's not unknown for people to do illegal subletting for properties. So I know we can't turn down on a speculation of that possibility, but it is a concern, I think. There's already a very crowded area that cannot cope with more of traffic and parking. So this is something to be considered. That being the case, what would be the basis of us turning this down, please?
Chair, thank you very much. I just wanted to come in on a couple of things and answer your question as well, Councillor Peake, if that's all right, Chair. I think Councillor MacDonald summed up that you can't refuse it on principle, because it already has a lawful development certificate for an HMO. So the principle of an HMO here has already been established through that lawful development certificate. And that maybe supports the decision taken by Cabinet last night to bring in future, early in the new year, an Article 4 direction, which would mean that permitted developments will be removed, so they will all require planning permission and will therefore all need to be considered against policy. That doesn't mean to say that they will be refused, it just means to say that they will be considered against policy. So you can't turn it down in terms of the principle. Now, Councillor MacDonald articulated very well the fears that he has, and which is shared by the residents of that area regarding parking, highway safety, that community cohesion, ASB, the waste storage, and the privacy perception issue. So they were well articulated by Councillor MacDonald. Just going through those, at this moment in time, the building could be extended and converted to a 6-bed HMO now. It's got lawful development certificate for that. So it will be an HMO for 6 people with those extensions. The build works for the 9-bed won't differ externally from that shown in the lawful development certificate. So those external impacts will be no greater. So there is no ground to refuse it on terms of that external impact. And you can't refuse something on perception. You know, we think this may happen. You've got to have reasons to justify that. Just moving on to car parking, completely understand the comments that Councillor MacDonald made in terms of parking pressure in that area. You just have to go down that road any time of the day or evening, and you can see the parking pressure on that road. At this moment in time, with a lawful development certificate for 6, they could apply for and get 6 parking permits for that HMO. We fully understand the concerns of the ward councillors and residents there. Now, again, I do understand Councillor MacDonald's point that, I could say, well, the people who occupy HMOs do so because they are lowly paid, and possibly not as likely to have a car as, say, you or me. Similarly, the location of this is quite close to the hospital, which may be where likely staff may stay and work. It's quite close to the town centre, it's quite close to the railway station. So again, it's a sustainable site. And if we were agreeing a new development here, possibly would be a car-free scheme. But where I'm going to there is in relation to condition 7 recommended, which is about a parking management plan. So we're saying to here is that you can have planning permission subject to a parking management plan. How are you, applicants, going to manage car parking here? Now, part of that is how are you going to restrict car parking on this site? Linked to that is we will be encouraging them to demonstrate to us that residents here will not be able to apply for parking permits. So at the moment, they could have 6 parking permits. This condition will limit it as far as practically possible. We may allow them to have 1 parking permit, maybe 2, certainly not 6. So actually, we're getting a betterment here. We will also be requiring them to make it very clear to potential occupants that they won't be allowed to apply for parking permits, that it is a car-free development. So that again is linked to the condition. Similarly, in relation to waste storage, I do understand, again, Councillor MacDonald articulated this really, really well in terms of that concern that residents have. Now, we have a condition here regarding refuse facilities shown on the submitted plan. Again, we can expand that condition if necessary in terms of refuse management, so that it makes sure that that refuse area is used, that they don't put the bags out the day before or the day after a collection. So we manage that concern that residents have here. The other thing is that we're thinking we can think about is in terms of that perception about disturbance from maybe antisocial behaviour. Now, the applicants would say to me, Council, you have the powers. You have the powers under licensing to deal with antisocial behaviour. And to a degree, we do through the housing team. However, I would throw that one back at the applicants. It's their interests as the managers of that to manage the behaviour and activities of their occupiers. And I have, along with some members, attended and viewed other high-quality HMOs in this area where the applicants there, and they're not these ones, and I'm not casting any aspersions against these applicants at all, but the applicants there demonstrated to me and to members how they manage the behaviour of their occupiers, but also how they engage with neighbours in terms of the neighbours being able to have somewhere to go if they're experiencing problems. Now, it could well be that members may, in light of that, may want to add an additional condition which requires them to have a management. I'm trying to think of the right words. A management procedure for how they will deal with their neighbours in terms of providing them with contacts, and how they will respond to that, and how they will display rules of the property for their prospective residents, and how they will deal with residents if they are evidence to causing antisocial behaviour. So that's a suggestion there. It's a long-winded answer to you, Councillor Peake, in terms of you asked me specifically what areas of refusal could there be. We've looked at this really carefully. Can't refuse the principle. In terms of car parking, we can get a betterment here to what could be delivered. In terms of refuse, we can manage that. In terms of behaviour, we can manage that through conditions. I'm struggling for a reason for refusal here. In terms of bedroom size, amenity size, one of the issues that we currently have under lawful dwelling certificates is that we have no control over room sizes. The Article 4 requiring them to have planning permission will bring that within our control. But this requires planning permission, so we do have control over room sizes, and the room sizes here, along with the communal areas that Sam has talked to, we think gives a good level of accommodation for prospective residents. Hope that helps in some way.
Did you want to come back, Councillor Peake?
I just want to say thank you. This is not infer criticism to what you've just said. Just want to openly say that I'm actually quite cynical with my own experience of having been somebody who rent and landlords. I'm a landlord myself, but a lot of landlords, they know how to take the money. But when it comes to being this degree of taking interest about what's going on, the place that are renting out, sorry, I'm very cynical about them actually being bothered to do that.
Chair, I understand. Sorry, Chair, if it's okay. I understand the cynicism, and there are good landlords and bad landlords. We both know that, and I think what we've got to do is to try and get the worst landlords up to the level of the good landlords, and the way to do that is through control, and that's why I was suggesting that possible additional condition there in terms of that management responsibility.
Thank you. So I just have a question. So with regards to the parking management, we actually haven't been given that information then, because I thought it was maybe one permit, I was told, but now you've mentioned maybe 2 permits, and parking is a reason for refusal.
Yes, Chair, you're quite right. There is extreme parking pressure in that area. Now, what I'm saying here is that condition would bring a betterment to what they can do through their lawful dwelling certificate, where they could get 6 parking permits. Now, I think members instruct me and I would understand that, to say, okay, parking management plan, there should be no parking permits or no more than 1 parking permit. That's exactly what we'll negotiate.
The thing is, it's not just resident parking permits, there's lots of other permits that you can get your hand on to park out there. So that doesn't actually sort the parking out, because there are a variety of different ones that you can't stop.
Chair, you're absolutely right. There are other forms of parking permit. All we can do is to work with our parking management team in relation to those permits. But if they wish to pay, yes, they probably could pay quite a large amount to get different forms of permit. But we will work with our parking management team on that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other member? Councillor Havandishay, sorry.
Thank you very much for giving me some time to talk about this one. I'm troubled, to be honest. I do accept that we do need HMOs when there's a need. You have to provide that service for the community. But if you can go back to the diagram where it shows the concentration, for example, of what these HMOs, it will help form my thinking. If you're a genealogist and you start looking at behavioral patterns, for example, you will see there's a high concentration of HMOs in the area. You will see along Marlborough Road, there's literally a line of HMOs dotted along there. There's a pattern emerging. So it's not a scattergun. So we have the ability to control the proliferation of HMOs in keeping up with social cohesion and reducing this intensification of overdevelopment in such a tight area. I agree that currently it has been awarded a HMO for 6 bedrooms, but we're talking about a 50% uplift. So if we studied what's going on in that diagram there, and say, for example, hypothetically, I know we shouldn't talk about that, but it's important that what we do here does set precedents. If these HMOs can have a 50% uplift, each one of them, you can see then the traffic, the parking issues become, and even just the social cohesion. We talk about being a Marmouth place in terms of health and well-being. When you got people packed in very tight spaces, it doesn't lend itself for positive health outcomes. So I'm viewing this from the lens of it's 50% uplift from 6 bedrooms to 9. It's overdevelopment in the area, and it will bring parking issues to bear. I know there's mitigations in place being suggested, but that's only based upon your ability to enforce some of those statutes that we know that, Gillingham South, Gillingham North, we're in the same position. HMOs are everywhere, registered and unregistered. But 6 should be enough for anyone to recoup a handsome profit. 9, 50% uplift for me is nothing to do with satisfying the need. I think it's more a cash grab situation. So I'm struggling to vote for this one.
Thank you. Councillor Golvin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, certainly one thing I will agree with Councillor Field and Councillor Peake on. We have a housing crisis in this country. We have not built enough homes in Britain for the last 40 or 50 years. And now we're seeing the consequences of that. The affordability for young people, or not so young people, to get on the housing market is just not there. When I bought my first property, it was 2 times my annual salary. Here in Medway now, the average house property price is 10 times the average salary here in Medway. We have, across, and what's happening here is that landlords are meeting that demand. If there was not the demand, the need for this sort of accommodation, people would not be putting their hard made cash to invest into these properties. There is a huge demand, and certainly for those young people who are trying to save up for a deposit for a property of their own, they will want to live reasonably economically for a little while so they can save up for that deposit. I think if we deny that people the opportunity to get into this more cheap and cheerful accommodation, what is their alternative? The alternative is they can't get a job, take a job here in Medway because they can't afford to live here, or they sofa surf with friends or colleagues. You are pushing people out of what is reasonable accommodation. This report clearly says that all the and the others that follow this, that all the rooms are above the size standard. And really, if you've got a concentration of, well, it's 3 or 2.8% in one area, how can you really argue in a tribunal, in an appeal situation, that a density of 2.8% is too big for an area? Of course, people want to go into inner city areas because A, that is where the suitable accommodation is. B, that's where a lot of the jobs are. You've got hospital and other employers close by. So I see no reason at all why we cannot support this. As Dave Harris has pointed out, there are management techniques that can be used to control properties. Unfortunately, the present government has made that a little bit more difficult for landlords now to manage these situations, but we are where we are on that. And certainly, I can't see the housing situation improving overall anytime soon. Despite the promises of 1.5 million, whatever it was, new homes in this parliament, one of the reasons why there was a 0.1% drop in GDP for the last month, which was announced yesterday, was because there's been a 6% drop in the construction industry. And that is showing that it's going the wrong way. Like with the previous applications, there are times when you have to say no, and I think we certainly made the right decision there. But for this one, I think we are not doing people a favour. We should be here to try and provide accommodation for a range of needs, right from the cheap and cheerful bedsit right up to the executive 5 or 6 bedroom. Those are the needs that people here in Medway require, and we should be making sure that need is satisfied, because, as I say, if there wasn't a demand for this, these applications would not be coming in. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Galvin. I take your comments on board, but we're not, well, I'm personally not saying that I'm against HMOs. This is an HMO, a 6-bedroom one with permission. It's whether 9 is acceptable. And to me, that is just too many people in that space, which is typically a 3-bedroom family home. And they've already got permission for 6. What's wrong with having 6 in there? Anyway, Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Chair. On the pro side of this application, I note that there is already a condition on cycle storage, so I think that's a positive factor. When I come to move the recommendations as Vice Chair, I'm minded to move the one on waste management and the one on management of antisocial behaviour, which the Chief Planning Officer has advised upon, in addition to the recommendations that are already there. But I have one question which relates to page 152. It's really quite a minor point, I think, but I just want to be clear in my mind. Page 152 talks about future occupants and talks about the communal facilities. It seems to be saying that the kitchen and outdoor area can accommodate 7 residents at any one, can accommodate 7 residents. Can I just clarify if that is 7 at any one time? I would imagine the kitchen would get quite cramped, however big it was, with 9 residents in it. And it says at the moment that it can accommodate 7. That presumably means 7 at any one time, and our officers satisfy the communal spaces are big enough. Thank you.
Apologies, I'm not entirely sure which part of that page you're referencing as the... Oh, thank you very much, Dave. Understood. So that appears to be a typo that's saying serving a total of 7 individuals and should say 9. If you read further down to the second to last paragraph, there is a condition proposed to limit the occupancy at any one time to 9 individuals. So that's the correct number, not the 7.
Quite a useful question, unusually for me then. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, did you indicate earlier?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Chair. So I have a couple of questions about the HMO density. So within an incredibly short distance, on the same street, just round the corner and the 2 streets off Paget Street, there are 10 other HMOs. I would say that is a significant concentration in a very small area, not 2.8%. I would say it's much, much higher. So my concerns relate to the immediate vicinity and the number of HMOs in there, which leads me on to my questions around a 50% uplift, so going from 6 to 9 rooms, and issues around social cohesion. So if we have 10 HMOs plus this one, which is now asking for a 50% increase in the rooms available, we are looking at potential issues of social cohesion in this area, which I am significantly concerned about, particularly in relation to population transience, increased population density in an already tightly packed, highly dense area of Medway, and the potential for conflict between differences in lifestyles between those who tend to occupy HMOs, more transient population, compared to long-term families also residing in the area. So I do have significant concerns around the density of HMOs and this 50% uplift.
Thank you. Any other member? Councillor Peake, did you want to come back earlier because you indicated or not? No. All right, Councillor Pearce.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, I'm concerned with this application. 9 is quite a big figure. for a HMO. And I do think it's quite ironic being in the Medway towns. We're known for Charles Dickens, and obviously Dickens used to talk about Dickensian squalor. And I think we are literally returning back to those days where certain individuals are taking advantage of people and basically cramming them into properties. So I don't think that is the solution. And before people put words into my mouth, the solution is that we need to build houses on brownfield sites. And we need to build houses and flats above shops and get people into our town centres. So this isn't the solution, cramming lots of people into semi-detached or terraced houses in town centres. That's not the right way of doing things. And actually, it's a repeat of what not what we've done, but what's happened in the past. And I think it is going in that direction. It's not very attractive. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kemp?
Thank you, Chair. Excuse my naivety, I'm new to this committee. Does a 6-bedroom HMO imply 6 people, or can we have 2 people per bed, for example? Can couples occupy a 1-bedroom HMO?
Sorry, Chair, it's got permission as a lawful development certificate as a small-scale HMO, i.e. up to 6 people.
Yeah.
But assuming they can still have partners around to stay the night. So you could have up to 18 people there at a time. Any other member? No. I had a question on what natural lighting is there in the basement?
The photograph there shows the existing window, which is to the lower ground floor, which serves the shared kitchen and living space. So it's not a light well, which I think a number of the properties around there have, including one I used to live in myself. And it's a proper dugout, lower ground floor with a full length window.
Okay, thank you. Was there any other member? No, okay. So me personally, I believe that for this property to extend to a 9-bedroom HMO affects the amenity of the area. There are typically 3-bedroom terraced houses in this street. It's already a 6-bedroom HMO, which I feel is already too much for the type of property that it is. There will be increased levels of noise and disturbance with the comings and goings of having 9 occupants in this family home. And as I said earlier, if they all have a visitor around, you've got 18 people in one property. And we're losing a family home, which we need. We need to keep family homes, but we've lost that already, understand, to the HMO, so that's not a point. Hopefully with the Article 4, that will save more of our family homes, but I think 6 is more than enough for this property. 9 is far too many. There's already a severe lack of parking in the street. In the agenda under condition number 7, it states that the household will be restricted to 1 parking permit, but 2 parking permits has been mentioned. This does not solve the problem of parking. All this could do is push parking pressures elsewhere onto other streets that do not have controlled parking zones. In this case, the property is only a 10-minute walk away from where the controlled parking zone ends. Further to this, there are many types of permits that can be obtained, and this is important because we're restricting the resident permit, but there are plenty of other permits that can be obtained, such as the resident support permit, traders, carer, central user, business. They may have a blue badge which entitles them to go there, and then you get the daily visitor permits as well. So they can get hold of these. To me, it's too much, so I will be voting against this application. But we'll now move over to Councillor Jones, Vice Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair. 15 Paget Street, Gillingham. recommendation, move approval with conditions 1 to 7 as set out in the report. I'd also like to add a condition, probably in conjunction with condition 6, for a waste management plan to be implemented in terms of the conditions, and also a condition on an ASB management plan. The wording of these conditions to be determined by the Chief Planning Officer in consultation with the Chair, Vice Chair and spokespersons in the normal way. With that, I move conditions 1 to 7 as set out in the report, Chair. I move all that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Is that seconded? Thank you. Those for the application?
That's 3, Chair.
Those against?
That's 12, Chair.
Okay, it's therefore lost. So I now move back over to Councillor Jones, Vice Chair, who will move the recommendation for refusal.
Chair, I appreciate your comments in the summing up, but I need reasons to refuse it.
Could it be overcrowded, amenity to the area, and parking can be one?
Well, obviously, I would suggest that members debate and have a discussion on the reasons for refusal here. As you've raised the parking, clearly as officers and myself, I disagree with that, and you know, members disagree with me all the time, so I totally understand that. But I think there needs to be a discussion as to whether exactly which grounds you want to refuse it on, because we're as officers, we're really struggling on this one.
So does anyone have any suggestions for reasons for refusal? Councillor Peake?
I just want to clarify, and sorry if I'm a silly question. When somebody gets a parking permit, that is not the same as magicking up a parking space, is it?
No, what I was saying, Councillor Peake, is that at this moment in time, they could have 6 parking permits for that site. With the parking management, I respect all the time what the chair has said in terms of the different types of parking permit, but we could control even to 0 the number of resident parking permits there because we got a planning application. But with the lawful dwelling certificate, they could have 6 parking permits.
The things they can get other parking permits anyway, as I said, and they're not far from the where the zone ends, and it pushes parking over there. Yes, sorry, Councillor Pearce.
Thank you. I've got some suggested reasons. So over concentration of HMOs in an area, loss of family housing, impact on neighbouring amenity, including noise and disturbance, and also antisocial behaviour, perceived risks of increased crime or nuisance, parking and highway safety, poor standard of accommodation, and visual impact and local character.
Chair, sorry, Chair, I need to come back on that.
Yeah, no, I will come over. Yeah, I think the one for family housing, we've already lost that, Councillor Pearce, because it is a 6-bedroom HMO, but I'll go over to Dave Harris.
Chair, you've taken the words out of my mouth. Apologies for jumping in now on that, Chair. In terms of that over-concentration, that loss of family accommodation, the lawful dwelling certificate deals with that. In terms of the internal amenity, these are good rooms in here in terms of their room sizes and the amenity they provide along with the communal. So that's not a reason for refusal. You need to, and I think, Chair, you were moving towards it in terms of articulating where your planning reasons are for refusal. So what you're saying, members, is that you accept, because you've got to, an HMO in principle, you accept because you've got to 6 people on that site. So what is the additional harm of 3 extra people? And that's what I'm searching for here from you, members. Sorry to push you on it, but I need a response.
Councillor Kemp.
Just a point on the over-concentration of HMOs. You've got to remember that Gillingham is a university town, And with the universities, we've got about 10,000 students there, and they've got to live somewhere. Now, I've got no evidence to suggest I'm right, but I would think the majority of people in the HMOs will be students. And so I don't think we should automatically count overpopulations as a reason for refusal.
The thing is, this is still an HMO, whether it's 6-bedroom, 9-bedroom, it's still an HMO, so that it's still there to provide accommodation for students if need be.
Yeah. And casting back to my student days, I might consider what we was living in was squalor, but we didn't consider it squalor at the time because the alternative didn't bear thinking about.
There's also the neighbours to consider as well, isn't there? So, Councillor Galvin?
I've got to say, Madam Chair, if you're going to put into any reasons for refusal an increase in antisocial behaviour and that sort of thing, I find quite disturbing, because you are demonising people who are potentially living in this accommodation, saying they will make bad neighbours, they will make a nuisance of themselves, they will cause fly tipping as being suggested and all the rest of it. That is demonising a lot sections of the population, and I don't think that it's right for us as a planning committee to go down that line, because I certainly won't.
Thank you. Councillor Hammond-Eshay.
Just a point of correction. I don't think anyone's demonising anyone who stays in a HMO. That's not what this is about. This is about overcrowding. 50% uplift. Where is your limit? Because if you're saying that they're meeting a need, 6 can go to 9, 9 can go to 12, 12 goes to 15. We're talking about the densification, the intensification of people living in a very close environment. That's what it is. I'm not one saying anything about demonizing, but that rhetoric is something that we don't use at this side at all. It's more to do with overcrowding.
If I can come back on that, because the natural controlling mechanism is the size of the building. Because if you try to then, as you say, double it to 18, then the room sizes would be far too small. So we have a control all the time that the room sizes and the amenity space is adequate. That argument, I'm afraid, just does not hold water.
Can I come back on that one?
Yes, you can.
When it went from 6 to 9, it was not within the same existing floor space. They've done an extension. So therefore, what I'm saying still stands. So if you go from 6 to 9, and then you apply for additional space, you're going to be building into the clouds or wherever you can build to maximize your profits. This is very simple.
I think we've got adequate controls over that to stop people.
That's fine, but the decision has been made already. What we're trying to do now is justify to satisfy the planning officers in terms of our rationale. And I made the assertion that this is all to do with overcrowding. 50% uplift is too much. The HMO for 6 is really, we accepted that, but that's another 50% that I don't think, and I'm sure my colleagues who voted in that way don't believe that's acceptable at all. Why are we still talking about this?
So members, what we need to concentrate on is the noise and disturbance to the properties next door. Councillor Peake.
So just some maybe random thoughts. When I immigrated back to this country in 2010, I was homeless. I ended up staying in a 1-bedroom property. Despite what the landlord intended, the fact is those rooms quite often had more than one person. It's supposed to be single per room. In reality check, that didn't happen. He was a very good landlord, by the way, but his time is spent elsewhere. I'm not sure that this is a reason for refusal, but I'm just thinking about the reality of our officers' ability to manage this and to make it happen.
Right, sorry, members. So we need to, as we know, look for reasons for refusal. If we go to this proposed floor plan that's shown up on the screen, you will see that the bedroom 8 and 9, originally that was one bedroom, and they've divided that up into 2 bedrooms. And in bedroom 8, it's actually got a sloped roof. So that limits the space in there for, it may have the floor space, but it hasn't got the height space, because to try and fit in your furniture and things is going to be difficult, and it can feel quite closed in if you're sleeping underneath that eaves. So that's where we can go on to, it's a poor level of amenity. And we also need to concentrate on the come-ins and go-ins of having 3 extra people in the property and the impact that that will have on the street. So Councillor Hamilton, did you want to come in?
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on that. So obviously these are very old Victorian terraces, and we're dealing with party walls, aren't we? And I didn't see any reference to decoupling mechanisms in the application in terms of managing noise or vibrations within the house. Is that correct, within the HMO?
Chair, on that, I do understand the concerns
If we're
of
going from
Councillor Hamilton. I can only go back to the fact that it's got consent to be subdivided into an HMO with all of those being bedrooms, but then also that noise issue will be covered under building regulations.
But it's going from 6 to 9 people. That's 3 more people, potentially, plus guests coming in and out of the property. That's a significant increase in noise.
Chair, I think that we've finally got to a reason there in terms of what you're saying to me. 6 people, accept that. 3 extra people, the comings and goings internally and externally, and that impact on neighbours. We've got a planning reason there.
Yeah, I'm also thinking about 9 TVs being on in bedrooms and the noise that would potentially generate. So there are, for me, it's definitely around the significant increase in noise.
Yes, we can have a planning reasons for refusal of overdevelopment, over-concentrated with the comings and goings and the noise in the property. Councillor Peake.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if my previous point was heard, but I won't bother to repeat it. I was going to move on to, I support your concern about antisocial behaviour. So again, chase of reality. This Friday, when I go do a shift for a housing company,
Councillor
I'm going to
Peake,
get
we're going off course
No,
again.
the point is
No.
that we manage
Hold
a
on.
building, we
Is it-
manage a one
Councillor
occupancy.
Peake, can you wait? Can legal advisor please come in?
I understand the concerns regarding perceived antisocial behaviour, but they're not planning grounds on which to determine this application.
Oh, I see, okay.
We actually need planning grounds. So planning grounds can be overdevelopment, over condensed in the property.
Chair, I think members are getting there in terms of giving me something I can defend. I'm not saying we're going to defend it on appeal, but you're coming up with an overdevelopment, over-concentration, and its impact in terms of noise and amenity, both, as you say, Chair, in relation to bedroom 8 for the internal amenity, but also that impact from additional comings and goings, and on the character of the area and the amenities of neighbouring residents. I think Councillor Hamilton has articulated that quite well. So it's one reason linking to poor quality of bedroom 8 and also that additional comings and goings and noise generated by 3 extra people.
Yeah, I think we should go let Chairman vote on it. Let's move on.
Chair, I think, sorry, I think you could go for, we could have 1 or we could split it into two in terms of the overdevelopment, over-concentration, and I'm pointing to my screen here, which members can't see, but that bedroom 8, and the poor internal there because of the roof slope, but also Councillor Hamilton's point about the additional comings and goings and noise generated by 3 extra people, and their impact on neighbours and the area. So what we'll do, Peter and I can look at that, and we could see if it will work into one reason for refusal or whether it needs to be 2. But then we would agree the final wording of that with yourself and the vice chair, if that's what members want to agree.
Right, members, are you happy with what Dave's just spoken about? Yep. Okay, agreed. Thank you. So now move over to Vice Chair Councillor Jones to move the application for refusal.
Thank you, Chair. Move 15 Paget Street, Gillingham, refusal on the grounds to be discussed between the Chief Planning Officer, the Vice Chair and spokesperson around the areas of overdevelopment, over-concentration, lack of amenity caused by the extra bedroom in roof space and increased comings and goings internally and externally, and the noise caused for the Chief Planning Officer to draft something up along those grounds and submit it to the people I've just named. Thank you, Chair. So move.
Thank you. Those for the refusal of the application.
Seconded.
Oh, sorry. Is that seconded? Thank you. Those for the refusal of the application.
That's 13, Chair.
Those against?
That's 2, Chair.
The application is therefore refused. Yeah, okay. I've just been requested if we can have a quick 5-minute break, so we'll break for 5 minutes. Back in a minute if everyone wants to get ready. Right, welcome back to tonight's Planning Committee. We're now going to go to agenda item 7, which is the planning application for 25 Franklin Road. Chantel Farrant-Smith, Senior Planner, will be presenting this application, so over to you, Chantel.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. I'll just move this forward. This application seeks a change of use from a C3 dwelling to a 9-bedroom HMO. The application site is within Franklin Road, which is a semi-detached house close to Gillingham Town Centre and local amenities. The application site was subject to a lawful development certificate for a change of use from C3 to 6-bed HMO, which included the construction of a single-storey side/rear extension, together with the construction of an L-shaped dormer and roof lights to front. These are the elevations demonstrating the external changes to the property under that LDC. These are the floor plans demonstrating 6 bedrooms across the stories, together with shared spaces being the kitchen in the basement, a separate living room and dining room at ground floor, communal room at first floor, and study within the loft space. This application was granted approval earlier this year. So moving on to the current application, which is for a 9-bed HMO. Going through some photographs of the site. This is it from the front, demonstrating the off-road parking spaces there, of which there are 2. These are some photographs to the rear. And again, these are some facing towards Balmoral Road and then to the east of the proposal site on the right-hand side there. I've also included this Google Earth image to demonstrate the streetscape to the rear, whereby it's evident that there's not a cohesive design in terms of varying extensions that have been developed over time within the area, particularly flat roof extensions, namely number 35 here, which is of quite some depth. There's also some flat roof extensions here at number 47. So going on to the proposed elevations for this application. The application includes the construction of a 2-storey side/rear extension, together with alterations to the existing projection roof slope to the rear here, together with the L-shaped dormer, the reopening of the light well to the front of the property, and the installation of roof lights to the front, and the installation of these windows to the side elevations here. Moving on to the floor plans. The floor plans demonstrate a similar layout to the approved under the Lawful Development Certificate, however makes use of the communal rooms for the additional bedrooms, resulting in 3 bedrooms at ground floor, 4 bedrooms at first floor, and 2 bedrooms within the roof space. The kitchen would remain within the basement, and there would be a communal lounge at ground level. In terms of the assessment of the application, the principle of the HMO has been established through the approval of the LDC. In terms of the design, the overall footprint would not increase above that permitted under the Lawful Development Certificate, the main difference being the 2-storey side/rear extension, the alterations to the windows to the side, and the alterations to the roof profile to the rear. Taking into consideration the extensions within the area, together with the location of these extensions to the rear of the property, it is not considered the alterations would be detrimental to the appearance of the surrounding street scene. However, that being noted, the materials to be used for the L-shaped dormer are to be secured by condition, as it was considered the continuous white render would appear as a 3-storey extension rather than as a dormer. So subject to the appropriate materials via condition, the design is considered to be acceptable. In terms of neighbouring amenity, there are residential dwellings either side of the proposal site. In terms of the extensions, the proposal site, considering the siting of the extensions together with the orientation of the site, it would not result in additional overshadowing to neighbouring properties, as the shadow remains behind that of the existing extensions on the site. Neighbouring properties also have 2-storey extensions of sloped roof design. Due to the siting of these, the proposed extension will not result in a loss of outlook for neighbouring occupants. In terms of overlooking, due to the arrangement of the dwellings within an urban setting, there is already a mutual overlooking on the site. It is not considered the proposed change of use would result in an unacceptable overlooking above and beyond that which is already present. In regards to comings and goings to the site, as previously mentioned, the site has permission to be a 6-bedroom HMO under the LDC. Furthermore, the pre-existing layout of the C3 dwelling facilitated 3 double bedrooms, resulting in a potential occupancy of up to 6 people. This application would result in an additional 3 individuals. Taking into consideration the comings and goings granted on the LDC, it is not considered the 3 additional individuals would cause detrimental harm. In terms of occupant amenity, all bedrooms would meet with the standards, and the occupants would have access to 2 shared spaces and a shared garden, which is considered to be acceptable. In terms of highways and parking, the proposal facilitates 2 off-road parking spaces to the front, and the property is located within a controlled parking zone. The site is within a highly sustainable area in close proximity to Gillingham Town Centre. Therefore, a reduction in parking provisions would be allowed. However, due to the parking pressures within the area, in this case, a parking management plan has been secured via planning condition to restrict occupants' access to parking permits. So subject to that parking management plan, the application is considered to be acceptable. Just going to go through some comparison slides here. So this is, on the left is the LDC and on the right is the current application. So that's the front and rear elevations there. Again, the LDC on the left and the current proposal on the right. And then again, the floor plans demonstrating the difference between the LDC and the current application, making reference to that there is no increase in footprint again. And there again demonstrating the garden areas and the bin storage and the cycle storage, as well as the parking to the front. In terms of the HMO density map, there are 37 HMOs within the 500-metre radius of the site. I would like to draw members' attention to the supplementary agenda, which does state an LDC has been granted opposite the proposal site, which is not shown on this map currently. And that is an LDC for a 6-bedroom HMO. There is a current application in for a 9-bedroom application, but it's not yet been determined. The supplementary agenda also states the number of residential and commercial properties within the 500-metre radius. The number of HMOs including that mentioned within the supplementary agenda, would result in a 1.5% of properties within the area being HMOs, which is lower than the ward average of 2.8. That is out of 2,606 residential properties, sorry. So in summary, the proposed development would not result in an additional HMO within the area, as the LDC has already been granted. Therefore, the principle is considered to be acceptable and subject to suitably worded conditions relating to materials, parking management and levels of occupancy. The application is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Now move over to Ward Member Councillor Luella Prenter, who has 5 minutes to speak when she's ready.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members, for allowing me to speak today against this application. This evening, we've already heard earlier on the large development that you refused it on the basis of congestion and air quality. That's the same here, because these roads are very congested, and it's the same principle of 50% uplift as you have just refused on Padgett Street. Now, I would even argue that cynically, that the certificate was applied for fully in the knowledge that it would be expected to apply for a 9-bed HMO. So members will have seen my objection. There is a need for HMOs, but they should be in suitable properties. Losing more and more family units from the area is unacceptable, and turning a former 3-bed mid-terrace family home into a 9-bedroom HMO is not acceptable, as it's overdevelopment and is unsuitable in an already congested urban area. And as I've said previously, just because it's in the middle of a town, it does not mean that these houses were intended for development into properties housing such a large number of adults living independently of each other. As I've said before, imagine you're living next door to a property where the noise from the comings and goings from this number of people with walls connected to you, however unintended, will have an impact on you. Although neighbours have extensions, as the officer has said, they're not housing 9 adults plus their potential visitors, all living independently of each other. The loss of yet another family, much needed family home, forever, remember, does nothing to help our near 1,000 children living in temporary accommodation here in Medway. Through our emerging local plan, we want to build communities for the future where people can live whole lives. Creating additional cramped housing conditions for people who move on regularly does not achieve that aim. And eventually, with the rate and scale of growth of conversions from family homes into large HMOs such as this in the area, we'll have no such communities, and we will have lost much needed family units. You can see from residents' objections that the population of the existing community is settled and already overpopulated. Just because they live in an urban area does not mean they want more and more people living on top of each other. Although the front garden has been converted to allow for parking for 2 vehicles, there could potentially be many more from a 9-bedroom accommodation, and it could potentially have up to 18 people there, as been mentioned earlier. 2 car spaces doesn't touch the surface. The parking on the road's already reduced with the number of dropped curbs and double yellow lines. The number of adults expecting to live in this property only adds to the parking pressures, regardless of any parking management scheme. The paper suggests a parking scheme has been submitted, but that's just not good enough. There would not only be those who live in the property, but also their visitors. Adding pressures such as these does nothing to support community cohesion or integration with the existing residents. It's more likely to create disagreements regarding parking and noise, and is in conflict to policies that are in our current local plan. There are existing HMOs in this area, as well as across the whole of Medway. In every ward where there's a transient population that moves on after a short while, it creates additional fly tipping, where property is often dumped on the street for council teams to collect at the expense of the taxpayer. In addition, members who represent a ward in the area that has a proliferation of HMOs will sadly be familiar with the type of casework connected and have a huge impact, and this has a huge impact on the existing residents' standard of living in terms of noise and waste. You will see from the history of the applications that the original application for 9 was refused, followed by an application for 6 under permitted development. So why the need for 9? Housing more and more people in a small house in a tight road is not solving the housing crisis. It's a profit-making exercise, and quotes suggesting Gillingham streets are paved with gold show the serious lack of consideration to our existing residents. Yet again, we're reading that there are not sufficient HMOs in the area to refuse this one. And I want to remind members that those figures quoted are unclear if they're including the hidden HMOs. How do we know we have a note of all the hidden HMOs if they're hidden? How do you know how many adults are already living in those HMOs? What of the other family homes that have been converted to areas, flats, supported living, etc.? Allowing these family homes to be converted one by one reduces the readily available housing stock for everybody else. A property of this size could be rented as a much-needed family home, and the recent feasibility study undertaken revealed that HMOs in Gillingham South are hugely disproportionate to the rest of Medway. Even comparing the numbers quoted in the 500-metre radius to the existing number, just saying less is not good enough. How many more can the area take? It's overdevelopment, over-concentration, there's a lack of parking provision, and it's a loss of a family home forever.
Councillor Llewellyn-Prentis, you've run out of time.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you. So now, first of all, move over to Councillor Etheridge.
Thank you, Chair. Going through the notes, you'll find that this has already been refused once on the 14th of May 2025, and therefore we already have a reason for a refusal. So I promote that we refuse it based on the same grounds.
Chantal, did you want to come in on that?
Thank you, Chair. The reasons for refusal on the previous application, the reference escapes me, but the one that you're referring to, Councillor Etheridge, was refused on design. The design has significantly changed on this application. Secondly, it was refused on amenity with regards to lack of outlook and light, but together with the living room being located within the basement. So they're all changes that have been changed on this current application.
Coming back on that, we just refused one previously, a few minutes ago, with new reasons. Once again, I recommend that we refuse it on the same grounds.
I support Councillor Etheridge's suggestion there, but Councillor Field.
I was going to ask the exact same question as Councillor Etheridge, and I'll say exactly what he just said just then.
Sorry, Peter Hockman's just going to come in.
Thank you, Chair. I know it's tempting for members to sort of take the previous reasons that I think was deliberated on for a significant portion of time, and equally try and apply them to a different application. But I would stress that members need to look at the plans of this application and the content of this application and the floor plans and the proposals, and look at potential reasons for refusal based on this application, not pulling it forward from the previous application. This is, as Ms. Farron-Smith has outlined, is very different. This has off-road parking. This doesn't have all the communal space in the basement. There's no roof space with with limited headroom in this application. So, as I say, just please bear that in mind through the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, how much lighting is there in the basement for the kitchen? Yeah, Chantel.
Thank you, Chair. The kitchen is served by a light well, so that's the only light going into the property, but it is considered to be sufficient.
Could that be a reason for refusal, not having a window?
So a kitchen is not a habitable room, essentially, so the amount of light required to fill that room is different to a habitable room. They do have the lounge at ground floor for that purpose as well.
I think. Sorry, yeah, the lounge that's located to the rear of the ground floor has a side window and rear patio doors into the garden. So that is the second communal space, which is required by the emerging policy in the local plan, which is why we've essentially drafted that policy to ensure that occupants of or future occupants of the HMOs will have sufficient communal space within which to relax and reside and undertake leisure time that's not limited to their bedroom. So that's the purpose of the policy. This application complies with that emerging policy, particularly with the lounge. The lounge area is well lit, particularly through the patio doors to the rear, which will then give access to the rear garden for all residents.
So with regards to bedroom 2 on these plans, what was that in the previous application?
So under the LDC, if I just point here, that was formerly a living room.
Okay, so now they've taken away a living room, which was in the LDC for 6 bedrooms.
Yep.
So basically, this is giving the residents now a poorer quality of life, or whoever has that bedroom 2. Does bedroom 2 meet the size standards? It does. And the lighting for that bedroom?
The light within that bedroom, because there are these Oriole type windows.
What type window? I can't understand what this window actually looks like. It is.
Let me scroll down to the. Oh, let's go back. You can say if you want, Pete.
It's essentially a triangle bay. So you can see on the west elevation here, this is the essentially looking straight on at the window. So it's a window with essentially 2 full-length panes, which would be openable, yeah, in a triangular bay projecting out of the flank wall.
It's a very small window for that room, isn't it? If that's their only source of lighting.
I think in terms of light, it would probably be sufficient.
And what does that window look out onto?
It would be looking out onto the boundary of the neighbouring property. Yeah.
So their only window in that room just looks out onto a wall. Well, that's not very good living conditions, is it, for somebody looking out onto a wall? As far as I'm concerned, I don't know if members agree with this. If that window is looking out onto a brick wall and that's their only window, would you like that? I certainly wouldn't. Okay, so any members? Councillor Golding.
Well, for a start, Madam Chair, I think it would be a very dangerous path to take by not adequately debating every single one of the applications in front of us. That I think would be a very dangerous path. But also, I think I accept, yes, that this is a loss of a family home, but then the thought occurs to me, what is this? There's obviously a demand for this type of accommodation. Otherwise, people would not be investing a lot of money in order to provide it. So we as a council, collectively, are not providing reasonable accommodation for people that need it. And I think if we're going to go down the path of turning all these down, I think we need to think long and hard quickly for our local plan and have something in there to make sure that we are providing suitable accommodation for people who can't afford to rent or to buy bigger properties. And I'm also looking very forward very much to reading the inspectors' reports on these applications, particularly as regards to the potential with the costs. I think we're going down a very, very dangerous road here. And again, statistically, you cannot claim that 2.8% or 36 HMOs within 500 metres radius of the site is an over-intensification. I mean, statistically, that just does not add up. And if I think we're lending ourselves to some very expensive appeal decisions if we're not very, very careful. So, notwithstanding the fact there is a demand, we would not have these applications in front of us this evening if there was not a demand for this type of accommodation. And from what I've seen, all of the ones tonight meet the room standards, they have good amenities, and if the rents, the only reason the rents are so sky high is there is such a scarcity of accommodation that people require. So I really think we are not serving our population well at all. There's a lot of young people, particularly, who the alternative is to stay living at home with mum and dad. So they're going to miss out on the freedom of that people who've got their own space will have, and that's almost like a rite of passage, isn't it? Your first move and you're standing on your own 2 feet. And certainly as far as small accommodation is concerned, I've spent a long, long time, many months at a time, living in rooms that were except we call them cabins on a ship, that were far, far smaller space-wise. We certainly didn't have en-suite on the first few ships I was on. So, student accommodation, as my colleague here has said, it is also very similar to that. And, a lot of young people are used to living cheek by jowl with others, and to say that just because you've got a lot of people in an area, that they will automatically cause antisocial behaviour, they will fly tip, they will make a mess of the place, I don't think would stand up in a court of law. Thank you.
I don't think anyone's actually said they're against HMOs. It is how many people are in these HMOs. I think the committee recognises that there is a need for them, but it's when it's people's living conditions, where profit comes first over people's living conditions. I think that is the issue. Councillor Hamandishe.
I just want to come in and support in part what Councillor Galvin was saying, that we need to robustly discuss each of these cases on their own merits. That's the right thing to do, and I don't think anyone here should be approaching it in any different way. I'm slightly concerned in terms of the outlook, though, in terms of the economics of HMOs. You make a good case in terms of meeting a need. So 6 to 9, you say, why would you build more rooms? Well, you can charge more. There's profit to be made. If we're talking about people who are now classified as just about managing, because the rental typically set for these types of buildings would mean the occupants will not have enough savings to move on later on. They are at a premium they are at a premium, and they're not going to be they're not subsidizing in a way that allow people to just say, okay, I'm in this accommodation for 4 or 5 years to save up to move on. They're going to be in a perpetual state of just about managing. So I don't buy that economic decision rationale that you're displaying there. As far as I'm concerned, there's still, from 6 to 9, there's still 50% uplift. It's over-densification, over-intensification in terms of the area that we're in already. We get inundated with concerns from residents in terms of the social fabric, the social cohesion, the health and welfare of individuals. That's not to vilify the people living in those homes at all. It's a statement of what happens at a local level when people are jammed packed in close environments. So I know where I'm voting for in regards to this one. There are similarities, not just in the fact that they're coming from the same provider, but just in the sense of the maximizing profits over welfare of individuals. That's where my concern is always going to lie.
Thank you, Councillor Hammond-Shea. Councillor Peake.
Well, just following on from what my learned colleague just said, in application 1, concerns about impact on those already living there was raised, and we agreed with you. We voted the same way with you. So please tell me, why does that logic, that train of thought, does not apply to a situation like this, please?
Councillor Jones.
Just so as I've understood the situation properly, looking at the presentation, I understand that unlike the previous application, this is a detached property. Am I correct?
Semi-detached.
Semi-detached.
Thank you. Any other member? Oh, sorry. Do you want to come in, Joe?
I just want to reiterate what Pete said earlier. Each application needs to be determined on its own merits. Yes, we've just had a previous HMO application, but that now has to be forgotten. This application has to be considered on the plans that have been provided and the assessment of the planning officer. It's very easy to take one application and refer it back. And yes, we do have precedents, but also the main thing to consider, to remember, is each planning application has to be considered individually. I understand that there's quite emotive HMOs about factors regarding economics and the type of people who live there are not planning considerations, and the people who operate them are not planning considerations. Yes, there are concerns in the community, but some of these are perceived concerns and some of them aren't, but without evidential basis and policy basis, they're not planning considerations. It needs to be determined on material planning considerations.
Thank you, Joe. Councillor Hamilton, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. I just had a question. So obviously I've noticed that both planning applications are from the same developer, and it seems a similar approach is being taken where we apply for an LDC change to a 6-bed HMO and then apply for a 9-bed one. So I'm just wondering why they just didn't go ahead and ask for a 9 one in the first place.
Do you have an answer for that? So chose to do it.
I think that's it. I think how the applicant approaches it is for them. Obviously, it accentuates the fact that they can have 6 people in there without the need for any planning permission. So it establishes that baseline essentially.
Any other member? Councillor Myton.
Thank you, Chair. Couple of quick questions. There was the mention about the light well in the kitchen. Now, bear in mind, you've got a cooker, you're washing up, you've got a lot of steam, you've got a lot of fumes, depending on if your cooker is a gas cooker. Has the light well, is it got an ability to open? Is there any other forms of extra ventilation in there? And then a second point, again regarding windows, is the oriel window that faces out onto the wall. Is that oriel window able to be opened?
Chantel, do you want to come back on that?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So yes, the window within the light well is able to be opened and the windows on the side are able to be opened. Does that Did that answer everything?
Yeah, that answers my question. But another point as well is, in regards to the basement in particular, is there any form of cladding within it that will dampen down sound, that will be soundproofing or anything like that? Or is there any other soundproofing within, particularly in the new build section of the property?
It's not specified on this application, but they would need to do that through building regulations anyway.
Thank you. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Chair. I'll go back to the point we made in the previous application. I mean, students are encouraged to come to Medway. We've got 3 universities, we've got 10,000 students there. Yes, they have student accommodation, but I think they're only restricted to the first year. So the second, third and fourth year students have got to live somewhere. And they certainly can't afford a house on their own or even a house that's shared. So they have to go into rented accommodation. And I mean, they're on a limited income, as we all know. So there's definitely a need for houses of multiple occupation. And the people talk about the density of these. You've got to expect that in a university town. You know, if you go to Luton or any other town similar size that has students, or Brighton, you're going to get lots and lots and lots of HMOs, and that's an undeniable fact. And the extension parts of this building, as I said, as the officer said, must pass building regulations. So they're not going to be hovels, they're not going to be dowdy or Victorian. And in order to pass building regs, there's got to be adequate soundproofing. So I can't see a reason why we shouldn't accept the officer's recommendations. And profit, by the way, is not a dirty word. It's just a return in investment. If these people weren't prepared to put money up to provide these HMOs, then we wouldn't have the HMOs. And by definition, then the students would, well, I don't know where they would sleep. On the park bench somewhere, I don't know. Which is what we don't want to happen. We don't want people sleeping on the streets. So I really can't. This is a much better application than the one previously, which people are harking back to. So I don't see any reason why, practical reasons why this should be refused. Ideologically, you may feel that you want to refuse it, but not on practical grounds, and not on the grounds which reasonable people would think acceptable. Thank you.
As I've previously said, we understand the need for HMOs, but it's how far you go and it's the quality of life that they have. And it's not just for the people living in the property, it's the surrounding neighbours as well, what they have to deal with, the extra comings, goings and noise and disturbance. And why do they all have to be concentrated in one area? Why don't they go to other areas? It's central Gillingham where we're just getting consumed with them now. There are plenty of other areas in Medway where HMOs could go.
It's got to be within. I accept what you're saying, Chair, but it's got to be within walking distance. You can't expect them to get a bus to go to university, really, because that's going to cost them money. And the building regulation will ensure that these properties are well built.
Right. Any other member? Councillor Maritime.
Just another quick one, as we were talking about soundproofing. So I asked a question about soundproofing of the new bit. Is there soundproofing in the application for the rest of the property that is the older part of the property?
Did you want to come in or Pete?
Thank you. Yeah, in terms of the sort of extensions and alterations, the building regs would then look at the whole property to ensure that it meets the current regulations, and that would include the soundproofing. I think in terms of your previous question as well, into the light well, this section here shows that the sort of area between where the window is, so that it will be able to be opened to allow that natural ventilation to the kitchen, which I think was the point of your previous question as well. So that cross section then it illustrates that. Thank you.
Any other member? No? Okay, so for me, I think that it's an overdevelopment of what was a family home going to 9 people. I'm not happy with bedroom 2, I believe it was, where that window is looking out onto a brick wall, like literally right there. That is not good living conditions. The comings and goings, as we said before, for the neighbours, having 9 people there, all have a visitor that's 18 people or have friends around there. Student accommodation has been mentioned. So if this is going to be used for a student accommodation, imagine the parties that they could have and the impact that that would be on the neighbours. So that's unacceptable as far as I'm concerned. So I will be voting against this application. I will now move over to Vice Chairperson, Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Chair. 25 Franklin Road, Gillingham. Move approval with conditions 1 to 6 as set out in the report. I so move. Thank you.
Is that seconded? Okay. Those for?
That's 5, Chair.
Those against?
That's 10, Chair.
So now we need reasons for, oh sorry Dave, don't come in.
Sorry, Chair, I was going to steal your thunder there in terms of reasons for refusal, but just wanted to speed up the debate on that, because I have listened very carefully to members here, whereas Councillor Etheridge says it benefits from the debate on the previous application. And I think what members are saying is twofold. One is in terms of the comings and goings of an extra three people, and that impact on neighbours and the area. And then secondly, looking at the plans, your point, Chair, in relation to bedroom 2, where although it's an oriel window, a triangular window, it does face onto a flank wall, and that serves what will be the main unit of accommodation for one resident. But then also looking at the first floor, where you've got bedroom 6, in the approved plans here, bedroom 4, which is the same room, where there's not the extensions, has 2 windows. So it provides a good level of amenity. It's got a side window looking towards a flank wall, but it's also got a rear window which looks down the garden. So it's got an outlook from the rear window, but a good level of light. In the proposed plans with the extension, that rear window is blocked off. So you're left with that oriel window, the same as the bedroom below, looking out onto a flank wall. So it could be argued in terms of the level of amenity there. So members listening to you and listening to you, Chairman, as well, concern there regarding the similar to the other one, overdevelopment, over-intensification, impact of the additional comings and goings, but also some concerns regarding the level of amenity for prospective occupiers of bedrooms 2 and 5, is that? 5, I think it is. Bedrooms 2 and 5. Thank you.
Thank you. So are members happy with those reasons for refusal? So now moving over to Vice Chairperson Councillor Jones to move the application for refusal.
Chair, 25 Franklin Road, moving refusal of the application on grounds to be drafted up by the Chief Planning Officer and discussed with the Chair, Vice Chair and spokespersons surrounding the outlook, particularly at bedrooms 2 and 5, the level of amenity, over-intensification and comings and goings on site.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Thank you. Those for refusal of the application?
That's 13, Chair.
The application is therefore, oh sorry, those against?
Thank you. That's 2, Chair.
3. Sorry.
3. So how many were on the first one?
3.
Sorry, Paula, did you have your hand up for both? We're just trying to work
No,
out.
no, it was with Councillor Gulver and Councillor Kemp.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Anyway, the application is therefore refused. So now we move on to agenda item 8, planning application for 3 Kingswood Road. Sam Pilbeam, the senior planner, will be presenting this application. So once he's ready, sorry, I had to change position. I've just rushed through that a bit. Yeah. Yes, it's over to you, Sam, when you're ready.
Thank you very much, Chair. So this application seeks part retrospective plan permission for the demolition of an existing side lean-to and rear conservatory, construction of a single-storey side and rear extension, alterations to the existing roof form for the insertion of a rear dormer, and conversion of the property into an 8-person, 8-bedroom HMO. The application site is located within the urban area of Gillingham, approximately 200 metres southwest of Gillingham train station. Again, looking at the more immediate street scene, you can see the plots comprise of relatively narrow but proportionally deep terrace 2-storey properties in residential use, albeit this application site does vary somewhat due to its corner plot location in its slightly wider curtilage and likewise slightly larger footprint overall. Again, turning to parking, there's very limited off-street parking, meaning much of the parking demand again is concentrated on the street. However, the application site is located within a car parking management zone, meaning that can be regulated accordingly. These images show the application site. This is the one with the scaffolding here, where my cursor is, and this view looks down Jeffrey Street. The image on the right-hand side looks down Kingswood Road. It should also be noted that there has been an application for sui generis HMO at 36 Kingswood Road, which was dismissed by the council and subsequently dismissed at appeal. This was over 3 years ago now. The inspector at the time reasoned that the proposal would not be acceptable against policy H7 of the local plan due to its granting in a predominantly residential area. However, since this, as we've seen, this logic has evolved with more emphasis being given on the applicant's fallback position and sort of the consideration that HMOs are residential use, therefore should be within residential areas. This is the view that's taken by the council in this application. Turning back to the site photos, here I draw members' attention to the existing lean-to extension, which as you can see abuts the footway and is effectively 1.5 stories in height at the highest point. And finally, additional photos of that lean-to extension, and you can see the dormer here, which is currently being constructed under the applicant's permitted development rights. Turning to the existing elevations, I would direct members' attention to, again, this lean-to and the roof form, which is proposed to be altered, and likewise, you have this conservatory here, which is supposed to be demolished. Here we see the existing footprint of the application site. Again, I would direct attention to this existing side extension and how it projects along the footpath of Jeffrey Street here, and the extension of the existing conservatory into the rear garden. Internally, the existing property comprises of a living room, sitting room, dining and kitchen room on the ground floor, alongside this conservatory and WC as a rear extension, then a total of 3 bedrooms and a bathroom on the first floor. These plans show both the existing LDC, which is currently outstanding on the site, and proposed footprint and proposed block plans, sorry, with the proposed block plans being on the left-hand side and existing LDC on the right-hand side. Again, I'll be directing members' attention to the corner side extension here and how the LDC runs across the side of the footpath compared to the proposed extension. They are broadly similar, albeit it is understood the proposed extension is slightly more of a wraparound extension and does project slightly further down the footpath itself. and likewise the rear extension slightly further into the rear garden, albeit it's considered this is sufficient outdoor amenity space for future occupants. And again, we have the proposed plans on the left-hand side and the approved plans under the LDC on the right-hand side. One thing before discussing these plans is important to note, on this site there's no outstanding Class L certificate issued for the use of the site as a C4 HMO. It was purely for the external alterations. Looking at these plans, I would direct attention to the massing on this corner plot here, which has been significantly reduced due to the flat roof extension. Therefore, while the projection does extend further down the footpath, the overall massing and bulk on that corner plot has been reduced. Likewise, you can see between the two extensions, there's very limited variation between their overall design and no difference between the designs of the roofscape with the insertion of the dormer. Internally, the property comprises a total of 4 ensuite bedrooms and a 27.75 metre squared kitchen dining area for communal space. Likewise, there's an additional utility room at the lower ground floor level. On the first floor, there's an additional 3 ensuite bedrooms, and then contained within the dormer, an additional ensuite bedrooms. All bedrooms would either meet or significantly exceed the MPPG's housing standards, and likewise be provided by sufficient degrees of light and outlook. Likewise, when considering the bedroom's large size in relation to the proposed communal space, it's considered this is of a sufficient degree to allow for the functioning of the property as an 8-bedroom HMO. Finally, just turning to the number of HMOs within the area. Again, this is the same plan produced by DHA, showing the location and numbers of HMOs. So contained within the 500 metre threshold, in this case, there are 2,266 residential households, of which 62 are in use as HMOs. Expressing this as a percentage, as we did in the last application, equates to approximately 2.7% of the housing stock within that area, which is slightly lower than the ward average of 2.8%.
Thank you, Sam.
Yep.
Oh, you have finished.
No, sorry,
Oh,
I just turned the wrong
because there
page.
was a pause.
No,
I was thinking you'd
apologies, it was a dramatic pause. Take into account these figures is not considered the proposal will represent an overconcentration of HMOs within the area. Likewise, considering the layout, provision of communal space, and of the quality of the bedroom sizes, this is not considered grounds for refusal. Similarly, issues relating to parking and refuse can be dealt with via conditions. Therefore, the proposal is recommended for approval with conditions. Thank you very much, Chair.
Have you finished this time? Yeah. Thank you, Sam. Now moving over to Ward Member Councillor Llewellyn Prenter, who has 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Being one of the ward councillors in this area has meant that I've on various occasions in the past attended the Kingswood Road packed meetings, i.e. partners and communities together consisting of residents, councillors, local police, etc. You will have seen a petition signed by 55 residents of this road showing the level of objection here. One of the subjects of many complaints from residents in the road has been excess refuse, noise, antisocial behaviours coming from the HMOs in existence already. Improper waste management has left refuse bags blowing around the pavement on this and neighbouring streets, causing negative impacts on the area and existing residents, often cleared at the expense of the Medway taxpayer. The taxpayer should not have to foot the bill for this. Residents have been in contact with me regarding this HMO application, and although the officer's report states that there is not an excessive number in the road, this is of course of those known HMOs. Officers have provided information suggesting that there are proportionately less HMOs in the 500 metre radius than the ward-wide figure, but I disagree because I've counted, when zoomed in, 10 dots indicating known HMOs in this road, and although there is no record of the hidden HMOs, there could be many more people that we know about living in the hidden HMOs, and how many more of those that we're not aware of. As the number of the percentage of houses turned into HMOs might be low, this is because of the sheer number of houses in the area. That highlights the congestion that's already there. As I have mentioned previously, a recent feasibility study has highlighted the number of unknown HMOs in the ward is regarded as double that of those known, effectively creating an over concentration. Once you add in the temporary accommodation, the family homes converted to flats, the 12-bed hostel, the care home next to this property of vulnerable residents, and the supported living accommodation already in place in the road of just over 100 houses, you will find that this street has met the threshold needing for refusal. In fact, an 8-bed HMO was previously refused, as the officer said, by this committee on the road, and that appeal was dismissed. Preserving the area's character as a residential street is a factor here, and allowing these to continue to be permitted is not going to help the people that already live there. As an authority, we support PAC committees and those who give up their time to engage and help the areas they live in, and we should be listening to them. Members will have seen that the neighbouring care home has expressed serious concerns regarding the property and its potential large number of occupants, and the noise, waste and parking issues that may bring, and the impact this will have on their vulnerable residents. Loitering is commonplace already on the road, and the additional non-related adults living in one room, regardless of the quality of that accommodation, could increase the numbers needed to step out for air for other reasons. The surrounding streets are already congested and parking is at a premium, hence it falls in a CPZ. Members will recall the development of flats at nearby West Street, where it was acknowledged that there were parking problems and the conditions were rightly appropriately applied to that application. If this were a block of flats for this number of people, far more scrutiny would be imposed. The plans show garages, but they do not show that they will form parking, and even if they did, they would accommodate a maximum of 3 vehicles. This is insufficient for this number of adults, who could potentially be 18, and their visitors, regardless of permitted development rights. We need to do what is right for the existing community, the people we represent. This application is turning a family home, which will be lost forever, into accommodation for a large number of adults living independently of each other, plus any visitors. These issues seem to be ignored when the impact on the community and existing surrounds is the same. There is, of course, a place for HMOs in Medway, but removing yet another much-needed family home, and yes, this property was a 3-bedroom family home, which could have really helped ease the pressures on housing, with almost 1,000 children living in temporary accommodation in Medway, particularly the real need for houses that can accommodate a large family. Remodelling the interior to suit the additional accommodations is an expenditure undertaken with the view to generate profit alone. Keeping a family home should not be an unrealistic option. It should be the preference in our community to maintain and grow our existing communities of the future. Please refuse this application on the basis of over-concentration of HMOs and other shared properties in the street, overdevelopment, lack of parking provision for this number of adults and visitors, the excess waste and the negative impact on the existing residents. The fear of losing a planning appeal is not a reason to refuse it, to approve it, beg your pardon.
Thank you, Councillor Llewellyn-Prenter. Now open the floor to members. Any member? Councillor Anang.
My question relates to the HMO density. Looking at taking a radius of 500, you can see that it's not the spread of the density. It's concentrated in some areas. So if we are using 500 meters, I think that may not be very, I would say, not equally shared within the area. So why don't we use maybe 100 meters so that we can definitely see the concentration, because 500 is quite a big radius, and we can, from the diagram, we can see that some of the density is concentrated in one area. So using 500 meters will make it force, though we are getting a clear picture, but I don't think that's the picture. If we should reduce it to maybe 100 meters or maybe even 200 meters, that would change the concentration. So I don't know why we are using 500.
It'd also be interesting to know on that actual road how many there are, the percentage of that, because I know that there is quite a lot on this road. And also, as has been mentioned, I'm aware of supported living, guest house, care home. There's so many different uses that the family homes in that street are going. Sorry, did you have a question you needed answered?
Yeah, why did we choose to use 500 instead of maybe 100 or 200 meters?
Thank you, Councillor Anang. I mean, this was a focus of quite considerable debate a couple of committees ago when we had the previous HMOs for consideration. And then we produced a plan of the immediate surroundings of the road and the adjacent roads, to which members decided that was not sufficient to gauge the level of HMOs within the area, and that they wished a larger area, and they requested an area of 500-metre radius. I questioned that and asked the specific question that if we were to come back with a 500-metre radius, is that going to be sufficient for members to make a decision? To which the answer was yes. Clarification was made that it was a 1 kilometre diameter, which we accepted, and we then produced the plans. So it's the request of committee as to why we are using 500-metre radius to assess the concentration in the area. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a question, because it's also mentioned that they wanted all the different types of accommodation, like supported living, conversions into flats and things like that. I was under the impression, I don't know about other members, that we were going to have all of that information as well. And when we say, for example, we can have 10% in a street, is that just 10% of HMOs, or does it include family homes lost, all family homes lost for other reasons, whether it's converted into a flat, supported living, etc.?
Well, I think it's difficult to put a specific number on it, because what members, I think, are arguing is twofold, to my mind. And listening to what members are saying on this application particularly, is that they're concerned about an over-concentration of HMOs, which is specifically how many HMOs are in an area. That's how you assess over-concentration. There is also the assessment of loss of family housing. Now, I think in the supplementary agenda, where we're looking at the number 4 Kingswood, in terms of the residential household, there's 2,266 residential households within the area that members have requested, and of those 2,266, 62 are HMOs. So to my mind, that neither demonstrates an over-concentration of HMOs, nor does it demonstrate a significant loss of family housing in the area. And I think what we're looking at, and with the information that we've got, which the council has employed the consultants to assess, with a view to issuing Article 4s, which obviously went to Cabinet and was agreed last night, is that what that information does is it gives members, and gave Cabinet last night, the picture about the sort of increasing trend for HMOs. Now, that's not to say that we have reached a threshold, and I think listening to what members are saying tonight, members are saying that they accept that there's a need for HMOs, and that HMOs may well be acceptable in this location. But there are concerns essentially for the future, and that's the purpose of the Article 4s. If they do go through and they are ratified, then that gives control to prevent that, and it gives control over the 6-person HMOs, and allows us to influence the layout of those in the same way that we can with these ones, to make sure that the bedrooms are of the right size, to make sure that the outlook is sufficient from all the rooms, to make sure that the communal spaces are adequate for the number of occupants, and to look at that essentially in conjunction with the emerging local plan policy, which requires a much higher standard of accommodation than the 2003 level policy. So it's all of that that's put together to essentially enable members and enable us as officers and collectively the both of us as the local planning authority to ensure that the level of accommodation that we are delivering is of the appropriate standard now and in the future. Now we have control over everything that's over 6, and in the future we will have control over 6 and under in those wards. So it gives us that control. The need for HMOs, I think, as is accepted, I think by committee generally, is there is a need. Talked about student accommodation. There's also the potential of obviously wanting to keep graduates within Medway, and for them not to return back home. So there's a wide variety of members of society that need HMOs. The housing needs assessment as part of the local plan identifies HMOs as a requirement for provision. So it's looking at that balance between where the numbers are and where they're going to, and as I say, it's a sort of a long-winded way of saying that in this case, the threshold, to my mind, has not been reached in terms of that level.
Okay, so when we say loss of family housing, though, what's the percentage for that? Is there any figure for that, for loss of family housing in the street?
I mean, there isn't a loss. There isn't a figure as such. It would be a matter of assessment and judgment. So you'd be looking at how many in the street, how many proposals. But as I say, we had the discussion before, and the request was to look at wider than the street.
Well, my understanding was, because I know that that's what I specifically wanted, is what you showed us was HMO supported living and care home. I'm not sure if you had flats on there, but what I turned around and said was, you're not giving us the information of the supported living, because I was aware of a supported living house in that road that was not shown on the mapping. So for me, it was going to come back with all of this information going to the different departments within Medway Council to give us that information. What's come back is just HMOs. Whereas I thought, my understanding, I don't know about other members, that it was going to be for supported living by looking at council tax and things like that. Because I know it's hard to get this information.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the data for what's classified as commercial properties as well, which are separate to the residential ones. So we have got the numbers in terms of the commercial element. Now, I don't know whether a sort of care home facility would fall within a residential consideration in this case, or a commercial element. And to be honest, I don't think we can get that information. I think it's, in terms of the judgment, I think it's a difficult judgment to make. I don't think that there is much more information that can be given to assist members in making that decision.
Okay, thank you. Right, Councillor Hammond-Shea.
Thank you for that, Peter. That was very useful information. And in fact, that was my query in the last two previous planning meetings we had when we wanted more detail on these maps. It's quite clear that what gets measured you can track, and the value that you have in ward councillors is the fact that they can attend packed committees and they know what's going on the ground. So you've got this disparity between what could be estimated and what's reported on a day-to-day basis to ward councillors. Somewhere in the middle, we should be able to model data, like estimate between what is that estimation for Medway in terms of unregistered HMOs, just as an estimation, and then model it based upon how many applications are going through, and then start to then predict trends. That's what you could do with the technology now. I'm not too sure why that we only have this level of basic sophistication, just either as a HMO or application for property. There must be other ways that we can glean what is actually happening on the ground, because I know from that area there's a lot more variation in terms of properties being used for different purposes. So I'm not sure the classification, if it's correct or not. So it's not aiding the process as it were. We still got the same questions as we had in previous meetings.
Thank you, Councillor Hammond-Eshay. Any other member? Councillor Golvin.
Well, I'm just going to reiterate again that I think, and it's come out of this debate, that there is a need for a variety of different forms of accommodation. Yes, we need family homes, but also we need homes that are there used as for supported homes for children with severe disabilities that people unfortunately would not foster or adopt. So, to say we're never ever going to go back to the simplistic thing of about 20, 30 years ago, when areas were majority of commercial or residential. Society has gotten far more different facets and layers now. And to me, it comes out by the number of these applications and the fact that people are prepared to invest a considerable amount of money in extending the amount of accommodation that's available, that there is a huge demand for this type of accommodation, and we can't ignore that fact. And if we keep turning these ones down, not allowing them to expand, where are these people going to live? They want to live in Medway, obviously. That's why there's the demand there. So are we saying, well, if you can't afford to rent a flat or a house or buy, we don't want you in Medway? Is that what we're saying? Certainly, not all of these people will come from outside. I would hazard a guess that the majority of these people are already existing Medway residents, but just want a place to call their own. And if I could just go back to the previous debate when Councillor Hammond-Eshay said that this was all about making extra profits. Well, it doesn't work that way, because if you increase the supply and there's the same demand, the price will fall. If you restrict the supply, then the price goes up. That is basic economics, and that has been working, that cycle of economics has worked ever since the Phoenicians were sailing up the Medway 2,000 years ago. And it's just true, more so true today, that there would not be these applications if there was not the demand. And I don't think it is right for us to ignore that demand and say to people, well, you've got to stay living at home. You've got to stick to your childhood bedroom. No, that's not right. We need to provide a range of accommodations, and certainly I think most people will accept we have not, and the problem goes back to the basics, we have not built enough homes in Britain for a long, long time, and that's the basic thing. There is not enough homes to go round. And that's what we've got to concentrate on, making sure, not trying to restrict certain sections of the community getting a roof over their head, but making sure as a planning committee that we are tuned into what the demand is out there. And I've got a feeling over this, we're not tuned. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Galvin. Councillor Field.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that, Councillor Galvin. And I think we probably have the strongest agreement amongst the need to build new homes and about the fact that we have a housing crisis and that we need to be able to support people across all scales of the housing journey. Absolutely. I think, however, that there is a balance here between also a feeling of communities and their own agencies within those communities. And that for areas such as Gillingham South here that we've had discussions tonight, and also I know in my community in Strood North, and that's why it's in the Article 4 direction, that people feel that HMOs are happening and changing their community, and it isn't the community that they grew up in, that they decided to have by family housing in particular in, and that those opportunities for retaining that family house based community is going. I think there's some of the ways to square it, actually some useful things in the MPPF that came out yesterday amongst housing, particularly around stations, and providing a lot more high density in those areas that would help to do that. Obviously, we're coming to a decision, and I think obviously we're praising each decision individually. I must say that as a committee. However, personally, I do think that some of the arguments do apply here to that, and I appreciate going the vote. But I just wanted to just say that it's really important in terms of particularly those of us that represent the urban wards, that our residents do talk about community cohesion as a really, really important subject here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members? Oh, sorry, come in.
Sorry, Chair. Just to answer Councillor Hammond-Dish's points about essentially the evidence base. I think, and one of the reasons why we've used this data is this is the data that our consultants have produced.
Can we just stop the meeting for a few minutes? Thank you. If we can go offline. to tonight's planning committee. Due to what's happened and the lateness of the evening, we're going to do the rest of this application, the next HMO, and then the rest will be deferred to January's committee. That's okay. So, carrying on with what we're on agenda item 8, isn't it? 3 Kingswood Road. Where were we at? Oh, Pete, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think I was just going to come back on Councillor Hammond-Dish's point about the evidence base. I think, and to be brief, I think the reason that we've used the maps today is because that's the evidence that the consultants have used to inform the Article 4 designations or potential Article 4 designations. And in the report for those designations, it outlines that in order to establish the pattern, they've looked at council tax records, the HMO licensing records, planning records, enforcement records, and also the predictive modelling software that they've got. So the reason for using these maps is because it goes wider than the planning records or the licensing records. So that's why we feel that this is the best picture that we've got, and I think is also the reason why Cabinet relied on this data to agree pursuing the Article 4s in that area. So I think to try and sort of allay the concerns about hidden HMOs, that this data does use a lot of different sources, which is why we've used it for these applications. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that clarity. It's just that was not listed, on the key. And the key just looks like it's HMO or the other variant, but then there's a lot more data that you're modelling in there. So no, that's reassuring. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hammond-Diche. Any other member? No. So, with regards to, I'm just trying to remember my questions. With regards to these rooms, are any rooms looking out onto walls not suitable like we had in the other one? Any of the windows, sorry? Or do they all have a view?
None of the windows are side-facing onto any adjoining residential property. All are either fronting onto the street scene or within to the rear garden. So just showing these elevations here, you've got the bedroom to the front, you see views through the bay window. Likewise, this bedroom here, again, views into the rear garden. Similarly, this bedroom views into rear garden, and the same for this one. Moving upstairs, these views are to the front and to the rear. Views to the rear, views to the front, and finally, there's views into the garden and additional light via these Velux windows within the roofscape. Yeah, and there's only one room in the loft, so any of the roof sloping wouldn't impact or impinge upon the future occupants' amenity space, private amenity space. Thank you, Chair.
With regards to the light well, does that open up as well? So that air can get down there. I think it's a utility room, isn't it?
Yes, so there is a utility room on the lower ground floor. However, this is primarily used for washing, drying clothes and wouldn't be something that we've considered to contribute to the general amenity space of the dwelling house. It's a general utility room to sort of support the day-to-day functions of the property.
Is there ventilation? I'm just worried about dampness if you've got a tumble dryer down there.
There is a light well. I would be unsure whether to confirm if it opens or not, but I would assume as part of the building regulations there will be added ventilation as discussed within the previous applications on building regs.
Okay, thank you. So my concerns with this application is that Kingswood Road has actually reached its limit with regards to HMOs, supported living, guest house, care home, flat conversion, guest house. It's got it all, and it's a lot of family homes that we've lost. in this street. The parking pressures concern me. Back in, I don't know when it was, let me find it. So in October this year, a property in the road lost at appeal to go from a 6-bed HMO to a 7-bedroom HMO under a lawful development certificate, which is rightly so because you do need planning permission for that. But in the inspector's findings, one of the things that he did state was the need to park an additional car would put further pressure on a street where the evidence is that there is already car parking stress, and then went on to state in their judgment would represent a material change to their living conditions. So with this, I understand what they put, we haven't actually, what's the parking plan management? What are they planning for that?
So similar to the former applications, this site is located within a car parking management area, and therefore we've recommended a condition to ensure there's a car parking management plan restricting the number of permits issued against the application property. I think one of the councillors also noted there are garages on the site. However, just to confirm, the garage is not of sufficient size to be counted as car parking spaces and haven't been counted as spaces during the assessment of the application.
So if this application was to be approved, could it be possible to have it that there are 0 parking permits given out?
That would be a possibility, yes, Chair.
Well, that's what I'd want, not that although I am against this application, but that is something that we do need because the inspector has already said that it is at parking stress and this road is at its limits for parking. That has been said in the findings. But although that still doesn't stop them from getting other permits, I understand that, which can be there. Could that be a ground for refusal on parking? If they've said it's a parking stress and there's other ways of getting
I think
permits?
it would be for members to make that judgment. I would sort of stress against using the inspector's decision solely in that regard, because the inspector was considering whether the change from 6 to 7 was a material difference rather than assessing the planning harm of going from 6 to 7, because he was considering whether it was lawful or not. What he was considering was whether the change from 6 to 7 was materially different and not assessing the planning merits of that difference.
Right, okay.
So that's the difference, I think.
So as I've previously said, with the noise and disturbance, having 8 people in this property, which already has a lot going off, I just think this would be unfair to put onto the neighbours and the residents of the street. I know this street quite well. I know the different, like the supported living that they've got there, the HMOs, as I said, the guest house, there's a lot going off. And I just think that it's at its limits for the people living there, really. And this would just even add more to what they're already putting up with. So is there any other, oh yeah, sorry, Councillor Golvin.
I've got to say, I think if we keep turning these things down, it's going to look pretty suspicious, I think, to a future planning inspector, because this is against the officer's recommendation, where there's been, good reasons put forward in the report why these applications are acceptable. It looks like that we are flying in, and the reasons that for refusal, we are scraping the barrel for. Officers are having to, think long and hard about how to do this. I think we're getting ourselves, if we keep doing this, we're going to get ourselves into quite a dangerous position, because I think it will smack of predetermination. And that could be an argument. I'm not saying that has happened, but I wouldn't want to happen. But for somebody looking from the outside, it will look that way, because no matter what the applicant puts forward, it looks like at the moment this committee will not pass it. And I think that is not a good position for us to be in.
Well, personally, I'm looking at each application that's in front of me, and at the end of the day, I think this is over-intensive use of a dwelling originally designed for a family property, which would have been 3 bedrooms. That's my opinion. Right, so, sorry, Councillor Peake.
So I wasn't going to speak, but following that comment, those comments there, you know full well that on the whole, us in the Labour group, we are pro-building properties. And I actually agree with what you say about the need to do that. But it shouldn't be at the cost of people's quality of life. The same argument was made in application number 1. We are looking at each one individually, and when we see that there's an overdevelopment or the possibility of too much concentration in one area, that is a reason for being concerned. It's a legitimate one-by-one reason to have concern. At least I'm being consistent about that. The same argument that was presented by yourselves with application, the very first item or the agenda, I'm applying the same thought process. I'm repeating myself, but it's the same thought process. And it cannot be just for the nice areas where you've got brownfields and loads of space and blah, 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 blah. That thought process needs to apply to areas like this that are already suffering from a colossal amount of heavy traffic and a lack of parking.
So the other thing as well I missed out, is there a condition with regards to bin storage, waste
Yes,
storage already on there?
yes, Chair,
Yeah,
there's
I
a
want to make sure,
condition.
'cause that's another problem that keeps happening with HMOs, isn't it? Okay. Right, I now move over to Vice Chairperson, Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Chair. This concerns 3 Kingswood Road, Gillingham. Move approval with conditions as set out in the report 1 to 7. Would it be in order for me to ask, I've got one eye on the legal officer and one eye on the chief planning officer. Would it be in order for me to ask that in terms of condition 7, the chief planning officer have a discussion with the highway authority as to whether 0 parking permit might be applied here?
Chair, you can absolutely, you can ask me in terms of if it was approved and that parking management plan, part of that should be consideration of not allowing parking permits for this. Yeah.
Okay, well, I move conditions 1 to 7 with that caveat. Thank you, Chair.
Is that seconded? Thank you. Those for the application?
Yeah, that's 7, Chairperson.
Those against?
That's 8, Chairperson.
That's therefore lost. So now we then need to. Sorry, you're all right, Councillor Peake. Oh, right, sorry, I thought you wanted to say something the way you were looking. I was like, what are you doing? So now we need planning reasons along the same grounds of an over-intensive use of a dwelling originally designed for family occupation, harm to living conditions for neighbours, the I can't even think straight now. I've had that break.
Chair, sorry. Listening to the debate, I mean, this application differs from the previous ones and the next one in that they were lawful development certificates for HMOs. This hasn't got a lawful use for an HMO. So I think some of the debate has been about the principle of an HMO here, and then some of the debate has been in relation to what you've just said, Chair, in terms of that amenity. So you've been very clear in terms of the amenity. I just need some clarity in terms of that principle issue here.
To me, the principle that it's not an HMO, it is a dwelling house. It's losing another dwelling house. There's enough changes in the road, whether that can be put into something. Is that whatever people think? Lose the principle of it being an HMO in a whole, or if it can get an LDC licence for a certificate for up to 6 people. This isn't an HMO yet, and it hasn't got a certificate to say that it can have up to 6 people. It is a family home. Is that clear what I'm saying? Do you understand? Am I explaining
So,
myself?
sorry, can I have a point of clarification then? If we do the latter, and it's for 6 people, are you saying that they can't come back after a little while and go, oh, it's like 50%
No,
free?
Chair, sorry. I've just been thinking this through, because while this differs from the previous two in that there's not a lawful use at this moment in time for it to be an HMO, the possibility is that it could be. It's because we haven't got the Article 4 in place as yet. I'm just thinking aloud on this. Yeah, I think the difficulty we've got. Sorry, I'm thinking aloud, because the difficulty we've got is that we were asked to look at that area that Pete's clarified, and you look at the percentage, and there's not the impact in terms of HMOs. And I think, Chair, listening to this debate, you're recognising that, but what you're saying, if I'm not mistaken, this is you, Chair, that in Kingswood Road there are a lot of already non-family uses in there, such that the limit has already been reached, and it's going to put a lot of onus on the officers, not only looking at this, but to do a full street survey in relation to any appeal. So what I would suggest is if you're going to go down the line of a refusal and you have not approved it, that you go for that the overconcentration reason, the impact on amenity, and you ask officers to investigate fully the street in terms of that, those to clarify how many family homes there are in the street, and that percentage of non-family accommodation, and whether that has been, in our view, reached its limits, and then to have the if to give the decision to delegate the decision to the chair, the vice chair, and the planning spokes, for us to have that discussion as to whether there is that second reason for refusal.
Yeah, I'm happy with that because as I said, I'm quite familiar with that road, and there's not many more than 100 houses, is there? And off the top of my head, we know there's a guest house, there's 2 properties gone into flats, there's a care home, and then you've got the HMOs on top. So I think you're quite easily going to reach that 10%.
You know the road better than I do, Chair. But in terms of that second reason for refusal, I don't want to put a reason for refusal on there, which we will lose with costs. So what I would suggest, and I don't want a deferral, what I would suggest is if you go down a refusal with ground 1 being that over concentration one, similar to others, and impact on amenity, with a second one in terms of further loss of family accommodation, but on the basis that we as officers do some more work on that and come back and delegated powers be given to maybe the chair and the vice chair and the planning spokes.
Yeah, members happy with that, what Dave's just suggested? Is that agreed? Yep, okay, thank you, Dave. Sorry for the extra work. We need to go for the next vote now. So now over to Councillor Jones to put it forward for, to refuse the application.
Just waiting for Councillor Peake, Chair, who's obviously suffering. Right. The application for 3 Kingswood Road, move refusal on grounds of over-intensification and loss of amenity 1, exact wording to be discussed between the Chief Planning Officer, Chair, Vice Chair and spokespersons. And secondly, for the officers to do more work on the question of the nature of housing in Kingswood Road, and for the Chief Planning Officer to come back to the Chair, Vice Chair, planning spokespersons to discuss whether there's a grounds for refusal, a second grounds for refusal there. Amidst all the interruptions, Chair, is that I so move. Thanks. Bye.
Goodbye. Is that seconded? Seconded. Those for refusal of the application?
Ten, Chairperson.
Those against?
That's 4, Chairperson.
The application is therefore refused. Now moving on to agenda item 9, planning application for 31 Stafford Street. Sam Pilbeam, Senior Planner, will be presenting this application. So over to you, Sam.
Thank you, Chair. This application seeks part retrospective plan permission for the demolition of an existing conservatory and construction of a single-storey side and rear extension, alongside extension to existing first floor rear return and insertion of a rear flat roof box dormer in order to convert the property into a 7-bedroom, 7-person HMO. The application site is located within the urban area of Gillingham. You've got the Great Lines Heritage Park to the west and Gillingham Station approximately 400 metres to the northeast. This aerial image shows the broader context of the application site, which, as you can see, is characterised by a high-density residential environment, characterised by 2-storey terrace dwellings. Again, very limited off-street parking, with the majority parking being on-street. However, in this case, it is again subject to a car parking management zone, meaning we can control the level of parking permits issued against this application site. Dropping into the street scene, we have the application property outlined here centrally in the navy blue. Works have commenced on site, albeit these are against a formally approved LDC, which was formally granted earlier this year. Existing elevations to the side and rear, I'll draw attention to the rear elevation of the adjoining property, which is where the proposed first floor extension would abut up against. And then the existing elevations of the property, no changes to the front, and to the rear, we have the demolition of the existing conservatory. Existing floor plans showing a open plan living room, kitchen and bathroom at ground floor, as well as supporting additional space on the lower ground floor, and a total of 3 bedrooms on the first floor. These are the approved elevations within the issued LDC. As the additions here are the insertion of the dormer and likewise this side infill extension. And proposed, you keep the dormer and infill extension with the addition of the extension to the first floor rear element, and likewise bricks and mortar single-storey rear extension replacing the existing conservatory. Internally, the property would compose of an 18.5 square metre kitchen and living room, kitchen dining room on the lower ground floor area, a total of 3 ensuite bedrooms on the ground floor and additional communal area, an additional 3 bedrooms on the first floor, and a further bedroom within the roof space. Just to highlight, all the bedrooms exceed or significantly exceed the standards within the MPPG, technical housing guidance, and likewise are all afforded sufficient degrees of light and outlook. Finally, turning to the HMO density on this site, there is a total of 2,253 residential households, of which 83 are reported as HMOs, equating to a percentage as 2.6% within that 500 metre radius, which is slightly lower again than the ward average of 2.8. As such, given the proposed communal space and the sufficient communal spaces, sufficient amenity space for future occupants, for their private bedrooms, as well as the existing car parking arrangements which can be mitigated against via conditions, and same with refuse storage, the application is recommended for approval subject to conditions as outlined in the officer report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm just trying to remember what Councillor Prentice said last time about this application. She spoke on it, but with that basement, did you say it's a kitchen diner? That kitchen diner, and what lighting has it got going into it?
So it's served by a light well at the moment.
And because it's a dining room as well, is that classed as a communal area?
So that the lower ground floor area there serves both sort of a communal kitchen dining room, which in addition to the additional communal area on the upper ground floor. So this is potentially predominantly an area more so for cooking, maybe day-to-day activities such as washing and cleaning of clothes, whereas the communal area on the ground floor may be more so used for dining and other recreational activities.
Yes, Dave, do you want to come in?
Chair, thank you. And I hope this is going to be helpful. I'm just comparing this to the previous two earlier in the agenda that you refused, which were for 9. And also there were some contrived natures of the bedrooms as well in them. And not I say contrived, but in terms of one of them there was some outlook issues from side windows. Another one there was a limited amenity space because of the roof in the roof space. With this one, you've got the 2 communal rooms. So you've got that kitchen diner in the basement room, served by that bow window into that light well area. But it's, as you saw from the photographs, there's quite a lot of light that comes into that. But also you've got that ground floor living area there where you could have further TVs and settees and so on, as Sam has been explaining. In relation to the bedrooms, they're all front and back windows there. There's nothing where there's no impact in outlook or no constraints in terms of how they move around those bedrooms. They all meet or exceed standards. But in addition to that, we're talking about 1 additional resident here. And we've had a number of appeals now throughout Medway, in Strood particularly, where an inspector or inspectors have taken the view that the comings or goings of 1 additional resident do not cause a harm which would justify a refusal of it. And I think that's where this one differs from those 2 earlier, where we were going up to 9. So an additional 3 could be considered to be significant. I think Councillor Hammond had referred to that 50% extra. This one's 1 extra. We've lost appeals. Internally, this is much better than those previous ones. And communally, it's absolutely fine. So I think there's a much stronger reason to approve this one than any of the others. Thank you, Chair.
So if this was to be approved, could there be something like a condition to say that they can't extend it anymore? Can't have an extra person, that this is it, or is that not allowed?
Chair, we've covered that by condition in terms of the number of people. But if they wanted to do further built extensions, that would require planning permission. But in terms of the number of people within the development proposed, we're covering that by condition 4.
Do we know how much is being built into the garden? Because you can only have a certain percentage of your garden built in, can't you? So what's the percentage allowed to build in your garden? You can build up to 50%.
We're happy with this layout in terms of the additional built works that Sam has talked about. with the remaining garden area that you see on there. And then they've got that, there's a building at the end of the garden, isn't there, which is a further amenity. There's a building at the end of the garden. Yeah. It's all in there. And I refer to, I'm sorry, the garage at the end of the garden, I refer to that being as a potential further amenity, because members did a site visit to a similar property in Gillingham with a different person, but where they had taken the outbuilding and they'd converted it into a gym come cinema room for residents. Similar possibility here, potentially. But in terms of the remaining garden area, it is satisfactory to serve this number of residents, Chair.
As far as I know, the parking's at its limits in this street. Can we have another condition where they can have 0 permits if this was to go through?
Chair, we've got condition 7, and I'm happy to take instructions on from yourself and the committee that in terms of that parking management plan, we will ensure that there are no parking permits. Yeah.
Okay, and the rubbish, where's the rubbish storage for this?
There's a condition requiring details of the rubbish storage to be submitted.
And we can expand that, Chairman, to take on the refuse management. So providing the refuse facilities, as shown on the submitted plans, but also for them to submit to us refuse management, so that we can make sure, taking on board members' points in the past, that they're stored in those refuse areas and only put out on refuse collection day.
This is my concern. Is there access from the back garden out or not? Can you?
No.
So this is my concern. What they're going to do is they're just going to end up dumping it out the front. If you've got 7 people living in this property with all of their rubbish and there's no access through the house, a lot of the time they're not going to be bothered to take it from the back out the front, are they?
Chair,
How can that be?
Chair, that's not unusual in terms of, generally in terms of terrace properties, but there are plenty of other HMOs which are in terrace properties in this area, which we've seen, which have similar refuse proposals. And we've seen it with the others we've been to see, where they have those refuse bins and so on in the back garden, and then the refuse stays are taken through the house and deposited on the front. But that is why I'm suggesting that condition 6 be amended so that they have to submit a refuse management scheme to us, so that we can enforce that they do store the refuse in the back and they only take it out to the front on collection days.
Yeah, if we can make sure that condition's added in as well. Thank you. Any member? Councillor Golding.
Yes, I just think like I'm a bit like a record stuck in a groove this evening, but I mean, there's obviously a need for this sort of accommodation. We've got, as with all the others, the accommodation that's been provided meets the room size standards. There's adequate amenities space for the residents to enjoy. And to me, all 4 of these have come up. I think we have really scraped the barrel to find reasons why we shouldn't approve them. You know, we as a planning committee should take a holistic view. We have got to enable accommodation for a variety of needs, and there is a much greater variety of needs now than we've ever had before. Up to comparatively recently, we did not have so many family homes which have been converted for the use of children with very, very complicated needs. And the same with adults with mental health and disabilities. There is a huge and different demand on our housing stock. And, you know, as a planning committee, we should have a duty to make sure that all sections of our society in Medway are catered for. And I think tonight we're in danger of turning our back onto quite a large number of young people in particular who need more cheap and cheerful accommodation as they first move up from home or on leaving university. You know, and I think we've got to bear in mind, we've got to look at this holistically, and there's a lot, these things are not so simple as perhaps they were in the past. So, I'd urge members to, think holistically, think about the enormous variety of needs and demands we've got in our population here at Medway, and the need for us to facilitate that. Thank you.
Yeah, do you want to come in, Dave?
Chair, I just want to come back on one point that Councillor Galvin has said, where he talked about the appeal. And with the first three HMO applications, we're recommending approval. I think we will lose the appeals, but there is a case on those that we could put in terms of the additional number of units, some of the difficulties in terms of windows and so on. So I had an argument that I could put at appeal. With this one, with one additional resident, with the standard of accommodation they're proposing, I don't think we've got any chance of winning an appeal, particularly with the other appeal decisions that we've had elsewhere in the borough. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Hammond-Ishay. Sorry, I couldn't hear you because the microphone wasn't on.
I was going to say I'm going to yield to Councillor Field first, then I'll go after.
All right, Councillor Field.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to everyone for presentations tonight, particularly officers. As we go to Christmas, thank you for spending the evening with us. Can I just say, I think, as Dave has just said, the decision here is about one additional bedroom, and that's the decision we've got here in terms of planning committee. I'm more comforted in that question compared to, obviously, I'm judging this on its own merits, but it is a different quantum for me. In particular, the proportion of amenity spaces to bedrooms is significantly better than this one compared to other ones, and that gives me I think the comfort that, although on principle I do not like people applying for, say, a 6-bedroom that does, can be done on delegated powers and then come into a planning committee with additional bedrooms, that is not something that naturally I like to see happen. But in terms of the merits of this application, I am more comforted to approve this.
Thank you. Any other member? Councillor Hammond-Ishay, of course, sorry.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And I echo my colleagues' sentiments. I think it's important that we offer due respect to both sides of the chamber, although we might have a variation in our ideologies. One thing that this committee affords us to do is to vote based upon the merits of each application. And I would never suggest anybody here is doing otherwise at all, as evidenced by the way the voting has taken place throughout the afternoon, stroke evening. This one is a far stronger case than the 3 previous ones. The communal space there is more amenable, but you can see it working. It's not to say that it's perfect, but for myself, it's not the fact that it's additional room. That's my issue. My issue is how people are going to live cohesively within this environment. And this proposal, this modified proposal, goes a long way to remedy some of the concerns I had with the previous application. So yes, I'm much more comfortable with this one than I was with the previous one. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member? No. So if this application, yeah, it is a lot better, the communal space, as has been said. It does annoy me in the fact that I think 6 people in a small 2-3 bedroomed house is a lot as it is, but as has been said, we probably likely lose at appeal, so therefore I will be voting for this application. But I now go over to Councillor Jones, Vice Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. After this one, I believe I can say goodbye and Merry Christmas. But we're dealing with 31 Stafford Street, Gillingham. Move approval with conditions 1 to 7 as set out. In conjunction with condition 6, for officers to draw up a waste management plan, conditioning that in consultation with the chair, vice chair and spokespersons on the actual wording, and on condition 7 for the chief planning officer to have a discussion with the Highways Authority with a view to possibly making it zero permit. With all that, I so move, Chair.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Yep, thank you. Those for?
Agreed.
Is that? 12. And those against? The application. Sorry, the application is therefore refused. So, oh, sorry, approved.
Definitely approved.
Sorry, approved. It is approved. You all knew what I meant. Just testing you all. So anyway, thank you, officers and members. That is now the end of tonight's planning committee, and I'd just like to wish you all a very happy Christmas. Thank you.